Good morning, everybody, and welcome, as it says on the screen, to Prescott. If you're here, welcome in person. We're heading for a fantastic day of hill climbing at Prescott because this is the penultimate 2 rounds of the British Hill Climb Championship, and it's really nip and tuck at the top of the tree. So we've got all our leading competitors here today. And indeed, the British Hill Climb Championship could be won today, depending on how Alex Summers and Wallace Mingus get on. It's spitting a bit with rain, but the track surface is nice and dry, although it's always a bit difficult psychologically when you start seeing drops of rain on your visor. But at the moment, there's plenty of grip. We've joined a bit early because we are slightly ahead of the game in that we are in the middle of coming towards the end of the practice run, which competitors in the British Hill Climb Championship can opt to do on a Sunday morning so that they have an up-to-date picture of how the track is behaving. So we are up to Kelvin Broad, number 204. In other words, we're in the middle of racer cars up to 2 litres, turbocharged and supercharged, and Kelvin sets a good time of 40.87. It should be a good day, as long as the rain holds off. It should be a good day for times because the atmosphere is fairly heavy, it's not too hot. The record, of course, was shattered last year by Wallace and stands at 34.65. Could it be threatened again? Well, it could, of course. And you join us if you're in foreign parts. Welcome. Glad you can join us, whether it's morning, evening, afternoon, or whatever, middle of the night in Australia probably. But you're very welcome. And we've switched on live stream deliberately because we're heading towards the leading contenders in the British Hill Climb Championship, having their Sunday morning practice run. And then as soon as these guys have finished their practice runs, we will go right through the program. John Chalmers in the unique Ralt with its unique engine, a 1400cc engine based on Hayabusa, but slightly different. And here's Paul Hames in the GR59 Gould, this one powered by a turbocharged 1300cc motorcycle engine, but producing masses of power. Paul's had certain difficulties with this engine this year. Let's hope that he has a successful weekend because it's a very quick car. Here's an even quicker one, Richard Spedding in the Raptor, featherweight Raptor, but with a 1585 Hayabusa engine. Last 2 years, Richard ran this car with a supercharged 1300cc Suzuki, but it was complicated to run. It produced masses of power, but Richard opted to go down on power a bit, and a 1600 unsupercharged or turbocharged engine, much easier to run and just about as quick as the supercharged car. So yesterday the record in this class came under threat, and Richard does a 36.87, followed by David Warburton. David's lying 9th in the championship at the moment, again in the Gould GR59, this similar engine to that of Richard Spedding, 1600 Hayabusa. Unusually, in this class, the bike engines are fore and aft. In other words, a lot of the smaller cars with bike engines have them sideways across the frame, but these cars have them fore and aft, which involves a shaft drive to a differential at the back. So fairly complex geometrics to get it right. Terry Davis in the Reynard Formula 3 car from 1991 with his own engine, the TKD engine, 2 litres, made up of 2 1-litre bike engines on a common crankcase. It's a beautiful bit of engineering, and as a result of the first engine that Terry produced, there's been a demand for lots more. I think he's built about a dozen so far. So Terry He won't be one of the leading contenders, but it's a lovely car to see and hear. 41.99. He's followed by Lynn Owen. Lynn and Steve responsible for all the OMS cars for the last, crikey, 20, 25, 30 years, building lots of hill climb cars. Lots of them have gone overseas. The OMS 28, like the one that Lynn is driving, I think Steve told me yesterday he's built 55 of these. So it's been a great success story, OMS, and really has led to the growth of small manufacturers producing very specialized hill climb cars, which are getting lighter and lighter and more powerful. So the power to weight ratio is quite stunning. Time for Lynn was a 43.87. Here's Bernard Kevel, who is sharing this car with Simon Andrews, gentleman of a certain age but having great fun in this OMS 28, powered by the first of the engines that Terry Davis produced, and a respectable time from Bernard of 41.17. Even more respectable is Sandra Tomlin, who's been hill climbing for a long time, this weekend sharing with her son Oliver in this lovely Pilbeam MP97, which I think was built by Mike Pilbeam 13 years or so ago. It's got a 4-litre Judd engine, which came out of Formula One and was the engine, one of the 2 engines driven by Mika Hakkinen in that season. And Sandra records a 44.11. Tony Hunt is back on the hills this year in the Gould, modified by DJ. Used to have a Cosworth HB engine, for Formula One, ex-Benetton Formula One engine, I think ex-Schumacher, so probably worth a fortune. But it was an awful, not an easy engine to drive, so they put in a Cosworth XD, ex-Indianapolis engine, which is much easier to run. On the line, Graham Wynne. Competitive in the Hill Climb Championship, but his co-driver is particularly competitive because that's Scott Moran, who's won the championship 6 times. The car was new to the pair of them 2.5 years ago. It's another GR59, also with a 4-litre Judd, but in contrast to the one that Sandra's got in the back of her Pilbeam, the 4-litre Judd nowadays is much smaller, much lighter, much lower, and was developed by Judd particularly for LMP2 competition at Le Mans. Oh, wow, Graham just gathered it together on the way out of S's. We'll have a quick look at that because no harm came to either Graham or the car, thank goodness, but a well-held slide. Entertainment for us all, brilliant. It cost him time. 39.96 is still a respectable time. Now Andy Coley, sharing with his brother Mark, and as he has done for well over 20 years, in this GR55 Gould, unusual only in the sense that it's got a Cosworth V6 engine, 2.5 litre, which was developed by Cosworth for the, show off my German, Deutsche Tourenwagen Meisterschaft, which was, of course, the DTM, the German Touring Car Championship, which developed some pretty wild cars. It's changed very much nowadays, but it was good entertainment. Probably still is, but we don't think we get DTM on the TV as much as we used to. Anyway, Andy and Mark have had great fun with this car for a long time. Yesterday they were having engine problems. I'm not sure what the problem was, but it resulted in, I think for Mark, of one very slow run, 55 or so seconds, but then later in the afternoon it came good. And let's see how it goes this morning. It's okay off the line, and we've got a speed trap just after the bridge. 102 miles an hour is pretty quick through that speed trap. I mean, that's 0 to 102 in about 5 seconds, which ain't half quick. These modern hill climb cars are stupendously quick. Up to 100 miles an hour, we can considerably quicker than a Formula One car. Just to give you an idea, Sean Gould took his car, which we're about to see coming to the line, to an aircraft runway, and it was recorded 0 to 185 miles per hour in, I think, 7.9 seconds. That is seriously quick. Andy Coley finishes with a 40.04, which is, he was in the 39, so he probably will be later on today. And coming to the line is young Matthew Ryder, star of this year. Matthew has won 2 runoffs in the British Hill Climb Championship in this Gould GR59, which for the last few meetings he's been sharing with Sean Gould. So Sean isn't actually entered for the championship, but is wanted to have a few runs in the car, both from an engineering point of view and to get back into the swing of things, because he hurt his shoulder last year out in Portugal, and it's been quite a long recovery time. But it's great for the last few rounds of the championship to see Sean back in his own car. Well, it's now half his car, but we're not sure which half. But Matthew Ryder has jumped into this big Gould, and with astonishing speed in every sense, he has got to grips with the power of this car. Good morning from Guernsey. Good morning, John. You're up well, are you up early? No, it's not too early. But we welcome any comments you have if you're watching this from other parts of the world. Tom Riedinger, hello from France. Thanks for the direct. Well, I'm very glad you were able to join us again, Tom. You're a faithful viewer of the live stream from Prescott. Steve Darley, morning Rich and Eleanor. Yeah, Richard, Danby and Eleanor do a fantastic job developing the live stream. We've got 15 cameras on the hill today. Steve is stuck in the office today. Thanks for putting on the stream, helps with the office blues. You mean, Stephen, you're not doing any work, you're just watching the live stream? Well, good for you. I've got bad news. The Gould GR59 being driven by Matthew Ryder and Sean Gould has retreated from the line with transmission problems of some sort. We'll try and find out whether it's fixable. We need a runner to go to the paddock and find out. But in the meantime, Adrian, good morning from Jersey. Thanks for contacting us. I hope you have a nice lazy day watching the live stream from Prescott. Jack Cottrell is another of our rising stars, youthful drivers coming into hill climbing. It's great. Interesting car, Dallara Formula 3 tub, but with a great deal of work by DJ. It's been fitted with a Cosworth ex-IndyCar engine, the XD, and has given it considerably more power than it used to have, and Jack is seriously getting to grips with it. Can he get it well into the 30s? I suspect he can. Really interesting how many Formula 3 tubs have been used to develop nice hill climb cars. Yeah, 38.63, great run by Jack. Off the line comes David Uren in the 55B, the car with which Martin Groves held a long-standing record at Chelsea Walsh. And usually this car is shared between David Uren and Nicola Minges, fight for our champion, but I don't think Nicola's here this weekend. But David is a serious threat, 6th in the championship last year. I'm just shuffling through my papers to try and find the current positions. Looked as if he locked a brake on the way into semicircle, but nevertheless a 38.17. Don't forget, this is practice, so people aren't running, they're probably running their oldest set of tyres, including Trevor Willis in the MS28 with its 3.2 litre PowerTech engine, and Trevor, 3 times champion in the late 20 teens. and has developed this car steadily over 13 years, getting quicker and quicker, not through producing more power, but just by tweaking the braking, the suspension, make it a quicker car to run. Now, Alex Summers, currently second in the championship, a leading contender, a brilliant driver in the DJ Firestorm, again with a Cosworth XD. All these XDs came back from the States and have been snapped up by hill climbers because there's nothing much otherwise that they can do. Alex doesn't need to go crazy, he's probably on old tyres as well, and it'll be nevertheless a 36.04. Wallace on the line won't know that, doesn't have to go crazy. As always with Wallace, a brilliant, undramatic but incredibly quick start, 1.95 for 64 feet, which I'll explain for anyone who doesn't know it. Now, Wallace unusually locked a front brake coming into Ettores, but I don't think it cost him any time. He still was incredibly quick around Ettores and Pardon, and now into the S's. I won't put the commentator's curse on it by saying he will do the perfect line, but actually he did. Semicircle, and it's a 35.87. Well, that's quick enough for practice, isn't it? That's a second and a bit outside his own record. On the line, Steve Owen, Mr. OMS, who's produced hill climb cars, always competitive for the last, must be at least 25 years. Based up in Yorkshire, 91 through the speed trap just after the bridge. Firm suspension, bouncing the front wings up and down, but and then late braking into Ettores and into semicircle, the final corner of which is Tom Road corner, named after the great Tom Road, author, engineer, enthusiast, who found Prescott in 1937 and knew it was on the market. 40.01 for Steve. Here's Simon Andrews. We saw Bernard Kevill just now in this car. They're having such fun in it. Won't be in the top 10 or in the runoffs, but nevertheless, they're having a great time in this lovely OMS 28 with the first of Terry Davis's TKD engines. Simon, 40.36, followed by Oliver Tomlin. We saw Sandra just now, Oliver's mum, in this beautiful Pilbeam MP97 with its 4-litre XLMP2 Judd engine. Sandra says it probably needs a rebuild. Well, it might do. It's probably done 10 years of hill climbing without a rebuild. And Oliver 39.28, that's a good time for that car. It's of course a much bigger, heavier car than the current crop of little Goulds and Forces and so on. Terry Graves showing with Tony Hunt. I think still without its engine cover, which flew off earlier in the season. I'm not sure. I'll have a look to see if they've managed to replace it. Now, Scott Moran showing with Graham Wynne in the GR59 4-litre Judd. And after a season of fettling and developing, they've finally got the suspension working to their satisfaction. And at the last round of the championship, they were both smiling after practice that they at last cracked the slight suspension problems that they had. Time, what was the time for Scott? 36.06. Yeah, that's sort of target time for morning practice. Remember, they're on old tyres. Our first top 10 runoff will be just before lunch. And then, of course, they fit the newest tyres they've got. Let's hope it's dry. And let's hope Mark and Andy have got through their engine problems that they had yesterday in practice. It's a 2.5 litre V6, so it makes a very different sound to the V8s which it's up against. I think Andy was just over the 40-second mark, so Mark will be determined to get under it. He's not, it's a 40.59. Here's Olivia Cooper. I accused this car's colour of being Eau de Nil yesterday, but Olivia tells me it's a Fiat 500 colour. It's a lovely colour, which is called mint, and it does look, it's a lovely mint ice cream. She says when it's spattered with mud on a wet day, it's then, the colour is called chocolate chip. Mint chocolate chip. Olivia, 40.22. She'd love to get down into the 30s. She will do probably this afternoon. Here's Chris Bailey-Jones. We're into our classic cars in this BT35 Brabham ex-Formula 2 car from, what would it be, the mid-70s. But I keep saying this, I know you're probably bored to tears to hear this, but I've always commented on how attractive the bodywork on these early Brabhams is. Later, when they had what they call the twin claw Formula 1 car, they weren't so pretty. When they had two radiators at the front, looking for all the world like a manta ray. Here's an interesting car. This is Jeremy Rivers Fletcher with the Triumph Special, which he built 26 years ago. Pretty much all Triumph and Fletcher bits. Chassis started life as a GT6, engine started life as a TR6, and for all the world like a 1950s Formula 2 car, but a great deal less expensive. I used to race a 1950s Formula 2 car. I wish I'd kept it, or I wish my brother had kept it, because now it would be a substitute pension. Andy Tippett in the interesting Brabham BT30X, which I'll tell people about a bit later on, and Martin Jones in the BT21. The 21 was used in Formula 3 and Formula 2, depending on the formula and which engine they had in the back of the car. This is Martin Jones. And our last runner in, I think, our last runner, although maybe some shared cars coming back, is Richard Brown in the Mallock Mark 17 in real Clubman's state, i.e. 1700 pushrod engine, Ford pushrod engine. His son George has got a Mallock that he brought back from France, then had an engine blow up, I think here a few months ago, and hasn't been repaired because George is planning to fit a twin turbocharged Nissan V6 in the front, which will not make it eligible for Clubman's, but we'll give it a bit more grunt. 46.31 for Richard. Is that the end of Sunday morning practice? I think it is. So before we have our first competitive runs of the day, let's have a look for people who maybe are online and haven't seen Prescott before and wonder where we are in the UK. Well, isn't it magic? Richard suddenly produces a globe and focuses in on Prescott. You can see we're really at the top of the Bristol Channel in the West Midlands, Southwest Midlands of the UK, in this lovely area called the Cotswolds. And there's the map of the hill climb, starting bottom left, past the 64-foot timing beam, which I'll explain for the three people who don't know what that's for, under the bridge, speed trap at the bridge, sweep through Orchard Corner, lovely left sweeper, quick corner, and then heavy braking for Ettores, right-hand hairpin, named of course after the great Ettore Bugatti, and then a swoop downhill, a little bit of downhill, just to pick up some speed for the straight, and then heavy braking for the left-hand hairpin at Pardon. We might well see some cars leaving their braking too late and going into the gravel there, usually without any harm to the car or the driver. Then along the top, another speed trap timing beam at midway, and then the cars surge into the S's, sharp left, swerve right, even sharper left exit from the S's, Tom Roke corner, and then heavy acceleration up to semicircle. There's a bit of a drop-off outside the semicircle, but it's usually fairly harmless, and then 80 or 90 meters to the finish. Record 34.65, so I don't know what that means in terms of average speed, but I can tell you that the speed trap after the bridge records times for the quickest cars well into the 110, sort of 118 is certainly shown on the car's data logger of the very quick cars. It usually clicks up on the speed trap counter as about 111, 115 because the car is actually still accelerating as it leaves the speed trap. Here's the finish. We do have a return road. So if you're used to watching hill climbs like Shelsley Walsh and Loughton Park, where the cars bunch up at the top of the hill and then come down in batches, we don't need to do that here at Prescott because there's a return road down back into the paddock. There is a plan, I believe there's a plan by the Bugatti Owners Club to build our own return road. That's a sort of public bridleway, and so occasionally we get horses coming up there, and the residents locally get a bit cross if they are refused access to their own bridleway. So we might, if funds allow and planning permission allows, we might have a new return road within a year or two. View of the paddock. Well-deserved coffee, get things going. This is our queue of cars ready to start the first competitive runs of the day. I will try and find out if we've got any news of the Gould. We'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our live stream partner for today's British Hill Climb Championship and Cup meeting, Footman James. BHC Cup main sponsors Footman James have been at the heart of the classic vehicle movement for over 35 years and provide specialist classic vehicle insurance cover to owners, collectors, restorers and traders. Their classic car and classic bike insurance policies come with show and events cover as standard. Plus, you can tailor your policy to suit your needs with their flexible FJ Plus options. These options have everything from agreed value to track day cover. To find out more, please visit www.footmanjames.co.uk.
But there is another one in my car, but it's not fully charged.
Right, excuse me while I shuffle some papers around, but here we go with our Class 1, which is Road Going Series production cars up to 2 litres, kicked off by number 20, which is David Garnett, in the Renault Clio. Renault Clio is a great way to start hill climbing, and the evidence for that is the number we've got in this class. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, half a dozen of them, but they got progressively higher numbers from 172 to 192. I don't think they got progressively much quicker, but it's a great way of starting hill climbing in a hot hatch or a Cheltenham or a Westfield, and lots of our champions, this is how they've started and progressed up through the classes as much as they wanted to. David, quite rightly, in French racing blue. Should have a couple of white stripes down it somewhere, and he could call it a Gordini, but he hasn't. Interesting to see these hot hatches lifting their inside rear wheel as they go into the corners. But David Garnett is followed by Dave Warner, who's been competing for a long time. He's got a few more numbers in his Renault Clio. It's a 197, but it's also the R27 version, which I think is even lighter and designed for performance rather than comfort. We've got a time for David Garnett of 53.06. Let's see what a difference the R27 mods make when we see David Warner's time. On the line we've got Peugeot 205 GTI of David Wilson. We'll see that pretty soon. But in the meantime, let's watch Dave Warner taking a wide line out of the S's into semicircle. And we flick to David Wilson in maybe the most famous of all the hot hatches, the Peugeot 205 1.9, which was a terrific success until you put it backwards through the hedge. But those that have survived unscathed nowadays are increasing in value to an amazing extent. What time have we got for David Warner? It's a 52.32, so nearly a second quicker than Dave Garnett. The Peugeot, where is that? It's nearing the finish, and it's followed by Simon Curtin in this Exige, the hotted up version of the Lotus Elise. David Wilson's time is a 50.59, so he's quickest so far, but I suspect the Exige will put the Lotus Cat among the Renault Clio pigeons. Not sure. I think this car still has the K-Series Rover engine that the Exiges had before they went on to Toyota. Time 49.87 for Simon. Back to guess what? A Renault Clio. There's a reason that we have so many Renault Clios, i.e. they are the ideal. I was going to say starter car, but a lot of our Clio drivers have been competing for a long time. But if you want to get into hill climbing, it's a great way of doing it. Robin Holden in the Mazda Roadster. On his way, James Lovell, 53.72. And off the line, you'll see a very, very pretty car just in a minute or two. But we'll watch Robin in the Mazda. Suspension screwed down right tight. Should be quickest. Look at that. This is Simon Derling's lovely Alpine that he's had for a couple of years. He's had an engine rebuild. He's just brought it back from the hill climb at Ollonvillars in Switzerland, which was untimed, but a great fun hill climb, except that it's got a village halfway up with a 40-kilometer speed limit. So I think it's probably the only hill climb in the world with a speed limit halfway up. And 40 Ks must feel incredibly slow if you're in a racing car and you've been hammering up to the village as quick as you can. Simon heads towards the finish. Time for Robin Holden in the Mazda 52.63. What can Simon Derling do? 56.63. 1.8 meter Alpine. Here's a unique car on the hills. We're just missing Isabella Lawrence and focusing on Tom Mogurossi in the Renault Twingo, which I don't think, I might be wrong, was ever officially imported into the UK. And this is the last version of the Twingo with right-hand drive and with the engine in the front, because there is still a Twingo but actually it's a modified smart car due to an agreement between Renault and smart Mercedes-Benz. But Tom has campaigned this Twingo for the last couple of years, and he's correctly got it in Alpine blue with the orange stripes. Quite right too. And records a 58.12. Let's Elise, similar to the Exige, but it's a removable hardtop. Elise with the hardtop up is not easy to get in and out of if you are of a certain age. I had one. It was like posting myself through a letterbox. But Jonathan has recorded a 49.13. Surprisingly, there aren't more VW Golfs in this class, but here's one, James Hudson, in, I think it's a GTI, it doesn't say so, but would hardly be otherwise. It's not young, F-Reg, I think it's F-Reg, so it's a Golf Mark II, I think, but it's quick enough. Well, it probably isn't quick enough for James, but it's a 50.04, is a very respectable time. Clio 182. I must try and think of new things to say about Renault Clios, but it's not easy when there are half a dozen of them each time we have this class. But this is Ian Richards. And believe it or not, there's another one on the line. Yes, Ian is going to finish just any second now, 52.43. James Kerr in sharing the black Clio 197 with the R27 modifications. When you see a competition number with a 7, 8 or 9 in front of it, it indicates a car that is shared by two drivers. James, which is a 2007 registered car, is one of the youngest of the Clios and one of the quickest, with a time of 52.73. Here's the shared 205 GTI, this time driven by Robert Wilson. Robert and David, I'm not sure it's father and son or brothers, but whatever, Robert has fun chucking Peugeot into the first S. When it's wet, the S's are very demanding, and it's not unusual to have cars nudging the Armco, because it's, unfortunately, when the rain stops, the S's, because it's got trees above, tends to stay wet and it can catch people out. Here's the very, very quick and much modified GT4 version of the Porsche Cayman, which has, of course, the flat 6 engine, amidships, if you like. In other words, not as far out of the back as the 911. Interesting, these modern cars that flash their winkers when the brakes are applied really seriously. Time for Robert Wilson was a 50.29. What can Philip do in the Cayman? Probably around about the 48-second mark. We shall see. Off the line, a lovely car. We'll describe it in a second or two. But 50.84 for Philip. And look at this lovely Alpha 4C. Unfortunately, a commercial disaster. They didn't build very many of them, but I suppose you could say Alpha's answer to the Elise, but actually in a different class altogether, with its 1.8 litre turbocharged all aluminium Alfa Romeo engine. The mistake they made was when they sold them new, the suspension was primarily set up for track days, and the result was that the road tests were very critical of the handling. It tended to wander into down the camber, and they criticised it. It turned out to be a very easy fix by just changing the suspension settings, but by that time it had got a reputation for twitchy handling, which must have cost it a lot of sales and was really sad. Here's Simon Tarling in a very rapid GT3 911 with a 3.6 litre water-cooled engine. As we all know, the early 911s were all air-cooled. Then I think there was a midway stage when cylinder heads were water-cooled, but then they had full water cooling later on. This is a really, really quick MX-5. So quick that it's leading in the Midland Hill Climb Championship in the hands of John Maycock. MX-5 really putting it to the Porsches, as you can see. Very skillful driver, very much developed. Mazda 4933. Not many MX-5s get into the 40s. Another lovely car rounding Pardon. This is Ross MacDonald in a replica of the famous Carrera RS with its little ducktail at the back. And they were so nice, these RS Carreras, because they didn't have the crazy flared wheel arches. 911s, it's a bit sad. They've got fatter and fatter as the years go on. Oh dear. Into the kitty litter at Ettores is David Meek. He'll be cursing. Well, he'll be mixed emotions, because he'll be very relieved that he didn't get it into the tyre barrier, but he'll be cursing that it's a failed run. And it's not easy to dig cars out of the kitty litter, because that's designed to stop them before they reach the tyres. So it's once you go into the gravel, it stops very quick. Time for Ross MacDonald, a 53.8. Are these race times already, or are we still in free practice? Thanks, Polaventris. No, this is the first competitive runs in this championship meeting. We had early doors, as they say in Yorkshire. We had our Hill Climb Championship drivers who opted for their third practice run, and we were through with them by about 9:45. So Will was at Prescott yesterday with my 5-year-old daughter, who loved it. Well, there's a future star driver in getting the hang of it. At home today with her by my side. Good, well, I hope she's still loving it. While we're watching David trundle back to the paddock, directed by our orange marshals to go down the grass, because once you're in the gravel, it tends to gather in the under tray of the car, and if you go down the hill, the tarmac, you can be spreading gravel on the track, which is a bit unfair on following competitors. I think by the time David got back onto the track itself, he will have got rid of any gravel that remained. Let me just explain the 64 feet from the start. Why do we have a timing beam there? Well, there might be 3 people in the world who don't know, so just to explain that, 64 feet in 2 seconds represents 1 force of gravity. So the acceleration you get when you do a 2-second for 64 feet is the same acceleration you get if you jump off the diving board into the swimming pool. So it's pretty rapid acceleration, and some of our top cars will be covering the 64 feet in about 1.7, 1.8 seconds, which is really quick. Quickest I think I've ever seen was 1.5 or so, which was a very special 4-wheel drive car driven by Nick Mann, turbocharged with the turbocharger powered by a helicopter jet engine. So you can't get much more special than that. And it was the most incredible contraption, which we haven't seen for a long, long time. So that's the 64 feet. Timing beam, speed trap just after the bridge. You can see there's another timing beam at midway along the top before they get to the S's. So when we have our top 10 runoff, we can see second by second how much time the car has taken and whether it's leading the way or is dropping back. First runoff will be heading towards lunchtime. We're getting through our classes. The moment we are in class of series production cars over 2 litres, the record stands to Rodney Isles, ex-British sprint champion, multi-year sprint champion, but in the Alfa Romeo 4C, which he set this year, in July this year, at a 46.93. Will that come under threat? Well, I don't think so, unless Grant Cratchley, who's on the line in his Porsche Cayman, might threaten it, but it's a very standard Cayman. It's not the really sort of 700 horsepower 3.9 version. Speed under the bridge, 53. It would be unfair to say pedestrian, but compared with the speed of the much modified Cayman, it's not as quick. But nevertheless, Grant, who's been hill climbing all sorts of vehicles for a long time, is really enjoying his Sunday drives up Prescott. Off the line comes Charles Bolton, which we'll see in a minute in the MGB GT, but let's watch Grant in this very pretty, I think a lot of people regard the Cayman as the prettiest of the current crop of Porsches. And they're almost coming within reach of us pensioners who aren't able to shell out huge amounts of money for cars. But for instance, Porsche Boxsters, which will stand a lot of miles, you can pick up a Boxster for under £5,000. And if you choose a good one, it's been properly looked after, it'll keep you going for a long time. Now Charles Bolton, the MGB GT with its 3.5 litre Rover V8 engine, is followed by Stephen Moore in a very powerful Mitsubishi Evo. Great rally car, of course, the Evo 6, 4-wheel drive, masses of power, can be developed to produce north of 700 horsepower. What's happened to Charles Bolton? He's done a 55.74 in the MG. Steve in the Evo 6, this will be a quick time. We're talking about series production cars, 4-wheel drive class, special class for 4-wheel drive ones, and the record in that belongs to Stephen in a 46.31. What's he done this time? 46.66, so a little bit outside his own record. Phil Fisher in Subaru Impreza, rather like the Evo. Of course, the Impreza was a fantastic rally car. Colin McRae was incredible in his Impreza, had the advantage of lots of power, 600 or so horsepower, a flat 4 engine giving it a low centre of gravity, and 4-wheel drive, so you couldn't really beat it in stage rallying. Now the Toyota Yaris, the GR, little hot hatch, has had rave reviews, and here's Ian Fido. Car was, I think, new to him this year. Ian, lots and lots of hill climbing experience. Now this is a 2021 car, so new last year, but Ian having great fun. And I think it's a 1-year waiting list for these cars. They're so popular that if you bought one new last year, you could probably get more than your money back if you wanted to sell it. Time for Ian, 52.71. Now Robert Lancaster Gay we normally see in a very hot Porsche, a GT3 Porsche, but the Porsche has been put away this weekend and he's pinched this shopping car from his wife. It's a Golf R and it's quite a shopping car. It flashes its lights when Robert applies the brakes hard. But he says it is the most incredible car. As a road car, it's just unbeatable. And because it's turbocharged, of course, what Robert's had to learn is how early you need to floor the throttle coming out of the corner so that the turbos can spool up and rocket you out. time for Ian Fido, 52.71, for Robert Lancaster, game 51.57. Now an interesting car. This is Mark Lawrence in the AMS Motaya. Monocoque, in other words, one-piece body chassis from fiberglass, very, very strong and very lightweight. But underneath it, all the pinnings are Subaru SVX, flat 4 turbocharger, 4-wheel drive, Subaru gearbox. So you find a crashed Subaru, steal the bits out of it, and you've got yourself a very nice, very rapid car for road and hill climb use. Now Ray Law in the Caterham Super Sprint, slightly overboard. I think it's a Vauxhall engine. Ray has been hill climbing various Caterhams for a long time. He was a lecturer at Oxford University, gave that up halfway through this year, sharing the car with Joy Hoyle, who we'll see in a few minutes in this car. But Ray and the car know the way up Prescott intimately. 48.59, that's a good time. This is a class for road-going specialist production cars, i.e. Caterhams and Westfield pretty much, with one AMS Motaya. This is Dylan Flesher. It is 1 litre, otherwise bike engines, Caterham 48.25. Record in this class stands to Darren Luke with a 43.97. Time for Dylan was a 48.25. Now Darren Luke, I don't think is here today. I'm looking at the list. No, I can't see him. So is anybody else going to threaten his record? We shall see. Here's Peter Lethbridge. Caterham 7. Sad news that Westfield ran out of money, had to call in the receivers earlier in the spring. Let's hope someone has invested and will bring Westfield back to life. So Peter Lethbridge 52.63, Anthony Shearman 49.52. Now here's a quick car. This is Robbie Birrell in the last of the line of the Lotus Exige with the supercharged V6 Toyota engine, so masses of power. And unusually for an Exige, I think a removable hardtop. I think Robbie always runs it with the hardtop fixed. Can he threaten the record? No, he can't. His time is a 48.04. Steve Garner is quick in the Vauxhall-powered Westfield SEI. Difficult to tell a Westfield from a Caterham, which led to some legal hijinks when the Westfield first appeared, but eventually they modified the Westfield enough to satisfy Caterham that it wasn't a dead copy. Steve Garner nears the top. He's followed by Tony Adams in a 2-litre Caterham. See if you can tell the difference between a Westfield and a Caterham. My way of distinguishing them is the rear mudguards, the rear of the car. The Westfield has them flowing into the bodywork. The Caterham has a fairly abrupt line between the mudguard and the bodywork. See what I mean? From Tim Higgins' Westfield. Time for Tony Adams, 49.18. Tim Higgins rushes through Pardon, through the timing beam at midway in 32 seconds, chucks him into the S's, using as much of the road as he can, avoiding the Armco, which has matured nicely into a sort of woodland green. 50.69. Vauxhall Nova, Phil Tucker, brings us into the next class, modified production cars up to 1400cc in this very rapid, much modified, very light Vauxhall Nova. Record stands to Eric Murray in the amazing Hillman Imp at a time of 47.17. Phil Tucker not far away, 48.09. Here's our record holder. This is an incredibly quick Imp. They were never meant to be as quick as this. Swing axle front suspension, little Coventry Climax based engine in the back. This one with a Jack Knight gearbox. Imps had quite a successful racing career, particularly in club racing in this country, fighting the minis. And a road-going Imp handled much better if you put a sack of concrete in the front luggage area. Eric's time, 48.76, doesn't threaten his own record. Ian Sargent in the unique to this country Opel Tigra, much modified, lightened, as you can tell. They've chucked away that big panoramic rear screen which must have weighed a ton and put this little screen in. There was a Vauxhall, of course, Vauxhall Tigra, pretty much exactly the same, built by Opel in Rüsselsheim in Deutschland. And Ian has campaigned this one for 5 or 6 years, I think. His time, 58.4. Another car on the line, crikey. This has been hill climbing since Noah built the Ark, just about. Andrew Russell's amazing G15 Ginetta from the days when Ginetta were owned and run by the Walklet brothers in Essex. They've developed a lot since then. But the G15 was a great success for them with its rear-mounted Hillman Imp engine, pretty body shape, nice lightweight. And Andrew, I must ask Andrew how long he's been competing this, but it must be 30 years or so. Hasn't developed the car, well, maybe he's developed it under the bodywork, but it's as quick as ever. And I think Andrew, again, could shut his eyes and the car would find its own way up. Modern Ginetta, a great commercial success story and a great success story in racing with their Ginetta classes, including the junior Ginettas for 14-year-olds. Andrew, 52 seconds exactly. Here's John Pick sharing the AMS Mud tyre. And when this class finishes, I'm going to hand over the commentary to my mate Peter Hughes to take you through for the next hour. How does John Pick get along? Time for Andrew Russell, 52 seconds exactly. He's probably done that 30 times. And John's time in the Mud tyre, 50.85. His joy sharing with Ray Law, the Caterham 7. Quite a big engine, over 2 litres. Exhaust coming out of the left-hand side, to me indicates Vauxhall, but I could well be wrong. And on the line, Jonathan Flesher in the 1 litre Caterham. Well, let's watch Joy. She records a 49.24. Here's Jonathan. 1 litre, probably might mean Suzuki, might mean Honda Fireblade, but a very effective way of going quickly in a Caterham because the engine weighs next to nothing and produces plenty of power. So I'm going to hand over to Peter and I'll talk to you a bit later on.
Thanks very much indeed to Chris for that opening commentary spell. Chris will be back with us a little bit later on, of course, but in the meantime we're watching still Turnbull just going under the finish line, finish banner rather, in the 997 Cup car. 48.54 the time for Peter, and we see Simon Braithwaite in that classic Ford Escort. RS 1600. 2-litre engine, I believe. Looks like a very neat run up the hill for him. And he records a 50.63. And we see the beautiful, beautiful Aston Martin Vantage, car 97, Andy Fraser, that 4.7 litre British GT car. Really is a glorious looking machine, beautifully engineered. With the privilege of the guided tour of the Aston factory a couple of years ago. It really is remarkable with the effort and the time that they put into those cars. It was amazing. Richard Jones, meanwhile, is in an earlier Porsche 911, the 3-litre version. Andy Fraser does a 50.33 in the Aston. Then through the S's, quite a handful of 911s with the engine hanging out over the back axle. Be quite challenged to handle. Richard Price, meanwhile, in a much nimbler Caterham, less powerful but nimbler Caterham 7, car 105, as Richard Jones records a 49.08. Mason is in the 1300 Westfield SEI car 106. Time for Richard Price, incidentally, in his Caterham is a 43.99. Time for Ash Mason is a 41.20. Andrew Griffiths does a 41.84 in the motorcycle Hayabusa powered Caterham. Now we watch Oliver Wright in the Radical Club Sport. Moving into Class F now. These Radicals, again, most if not all are motorcycle engine powered. They were built originally for single make racing, but a number of them made their way onto the hills as well. He goes over the line with a 45.24. Martin Watts is in the Silver Riot, again motorcycle engine machine, just 998cc in that silver. He goes through the S's, heads on up towards semicircle and over the line in 44.59. Mark Puddle going through Pardon now is in the RCM Suzuki engine 1340cc machine, yeah, another motorcycle powered machine. Around semicircle then, under banner, and it's a 44.49, so a tenth of a second quicker than Martin Watts. Ahead of him, Robin Nicholson is in the Malik, 20 Malik with 1.7 litre engine powering it. Sports racing cars, the Clubman's category cars, as they ran in Clubman's racing in sports car racing, of course. And Robin does a 46.61. Almost Moving on to Class G, and Bob Penrose in his Pilbeam MP92. 3 litres of power in that Pilbeam. 126. He goes through the S's. Heads for the line to record a time of 47.05. The 2.4 litre Morris Mini Evo of Alan McDonald on the hill now. Looks a little bit like a Mini, but very little of it is, I think, original Mini as he goes up towards Pardon. Quite a good time for the 64 feet, 2.14 seconds. So getting very close to that 1G mark, but he's running very slowly now. It looks like he may well have a problem, unfortunately, on that Mini. Comes through the S's. And there's clearly an issue for that car, unfortunately. Hopefully he won't make it all the way to the finish line. As we switch to Mike Luck in his 5 litre TVI Chimera. And Alan has just about made it to the line with a 76.16. Chimera, the TVR, the Blackpool built sports car. Mostly built road cars, of course, but they also built Tuscan, which was specifically for a one-make racing series. This is the based on Griffith road car. They did a 4 litre and a 5 litre version of this, and that's a 46.63. Graham Lokes is in the Lola, the T492 Lola. 75 miles an hour under the bridge, is not hanging around. And his time will be a 44.45. Bob Penrose, rather we have Tim Painter, another of the 2 driver cars. Tim in the Aston Martin Vantage. He heads up towards Pardon. It's through Midway on up to the S's. Time for the Aston will be 48.47 as we see another 2-driver machine, 905, and that is Tom Price in the Caterham 7, 85cc. Car that he's sharing with Richard Price, who did a 43.99 on his run. And under the finish line, 42.47 quicker than his co-driver. Anna May Furness, meanwhile, is in the Radical Club Sport 100cc machine. Quite quick under the bridge, 71 miles an hour, is into Pardon at the moment. Anna's sharing his car with Oliver Wright, who did a 45.24. on his run. She goes around semicircle up to the line, and it's a 46.75 then for Anna May. Just 600cc, the Nemesis HC92 of Dennis Bissell. Dennis alone in the racing cars up to 600cc category this weekend. As we switch to the 1 litre Empire Evo of Richard Weaver, car number 135. Dennis doing a 55.10 in that little Nemesis. So 135 for Richard Weaver. Who is actually sharing this car with Tom Weaver. Richard does a 44.86. Meanwhile, we see a couple of OMS Hornets. This is Pete Tatham in the 1070cc Hornet. Again, motorcycle derived power for this single seater. 91 miles an hour under the bridge is a good speed. Pete does a 41.86. Well, now we see the 998cc OMS Hornet 134, the machine driven by Ben Fisher. Comes around semicircle. Out to the line to set a time of 45.97. Richard Summers is in the DJ Firehawk, again 1070cc. It is a popular category, it's predominantly motorcycle powered small engined single seaters. Richard Summers' time of 40.82. Rob Clark is in the Empire Evo 00, and he's going to put him up. Looks like a good time, 41.12 for Rob. Next we see another of the OMSs. This one is one of Richard Walker, car 140, again 998 cc's. Comes up to the line to do a 43.79. Martin Turner in his Empire Evo 2, car 141. Quick early section of the hill. Martin does a 43.66. Next we have Harry Pick in his 1 litre OMS 3000M. He comes up to Park and then on through midway into the S's. 90 miles an hour under the bridge for Harry. Good start to the run. Semicircle up to the line to do a 40.07, which is, I think, the quickest time in this class so far. We see Richard Martosian in the GWR Raptor 2, 1038cc engine of power in this GWR. is out of the S's into semicircle. And around he comes to set a 48.04. Nigel Pitt is on the hill now. Nigel runs in the OMS 3000 again, 1 litre engine. Quite quick start, 2.01 seconds to the 64 feet line, which is very, very close across that 1G acceleration mark. 80 miles an hour under the bridge. Oh, looks like a very clean run so far. Comes around semicircle. And the time, 41.10. So not quite the quickest of the Class I racing cars, but pretty impressive time nevertheless. Clive Austin is around the Torres in the Empire Wraith 1054cc machine. Hangs the tail out a bit as he comes out of but cleanly through midway into the S's now, just clipping the curb on the inside of the right-hand kink. Out of the S's into semicircle he comes. Tight line through there, and over the line 40.66. So within about half a second of the best time in class to date. Now we see Mark Schlanker in his Force HC 1 litre machine. He goes around the Torres. He was under the bridge at 84 miles an hour, so going quite well. Around Pardon. Midway onto the S's, getting a little bit more of the curb on that right hand kink than some of the cars. Goes around semicircle, and his time of 42.83. James Moore is in an Empire, in a 1 litre Empire 00 car 148 as he goes around the Torres. Again, quite a rapid start to the run. He's into the S's, doesn't touch the curb at all on that right hand kink. Runs out quite wide on the exit, but again without touching the curb, around semicircle. Back end just hanging out a little bit, and that is a good time. It's a 40.38 for Robert Penrose. Meanwhile, we see the 7.3 litre Pilbeam MP92 of, this is Robert Penrose, of course, sorry, the drive was a little bit mixed up there, but the Pilbeam then through the S's, not the nimblest of cars, but it's certainly a powerful machine. Around semicircle, foot to the floor for the finish line, and a 46.17 for Robert. Tom Weaver is in the Empire Eva 1 litre machine, car 935. Tom goes through with a 39.49. I think that is the first run in his class that's broken the 40-second barrier. While Dave Tatham is in his OMS Hornet car 149. finish line. So Dave's clipped a couple of the markers. He's done a sub 40-second time as well, but clipped a couple of markers on the way up, and they will have to be replaced before the next run. Dave with that 39.36, so just over a tenth quicker than Tom Weaver, and quickest in his class at the moment. So you see the markers got clipped, the marshals are there to sort that out. We'll take just a moment and then we'll be back underway.
We'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our live stream partner for today's British Hill Climb Championship and Cup meeting, Footman James. BHC Cup main sponsors Footman James have been at the heart of the classic vehicle movement for over 35 years and provide specialist classic vehicle insurance cover to owners, collectors, restorers and traders. Their classic car and classic bike insurance policies come with show and events cover as standard. Plus, you can tailor your policy to suit your needs with their flexible FJ Plus options. These options have everything from agreed value to track day cover. To find out more, please visit www.footmanjames.co.uk.
So just a little bit more work to be done to get those markers back into place. Next car scheduled to take the run, 137 Debbie Summers in the DJ Firehawk 1090cc machine. Take this opportunity to say, as ever, to say a big thank you to all the marshals who come here to Prescott to ensure that these meetings can run as safely as possible. Put a lot of hard work in. Well-trained marshals who do a very good job here at Prescott, as they do at all British venues. If you're interested in marshalling, if you're here at the circuit, just have a quick word with one of the guys in orange overalls, and they will be able to put you in touch with our Chief Marshal. And there are opportunities to do a taster day where you find out what's involved in becoming a marshal before you commit to the full training program. So if you want to know more about that, then the Chief Marshal here at Prescott is the man to speak to. So we got the track is clear, and we will be resuming the runs in just a few moments. Red flags coming down the hill. Debbie Summers fires up her DJ Firehawk, warms the tyres. She comes up to the line. And is on the line ready to go. So away goes Debbie then in the DJ Firehawk. Exactly 2 seconds to the 64 feet mark and 89 miles an hour under the bridge. This is quite a rapid run so far. She goes around the Torres, almost as if she were on rails around that hairpin up to Pardon, and very cleanly around there as well through midway. This does look like a good run so far into the S's, and out of them on up to semicircle. She comes around that long corner under the line to do a 39.51. 39.51. The time then for Debbie Summers Caroline Ryder is in the Formula Ford machine, the Van Diemen RF86 1600cc Kent engine, Ford Kent engine. Car that dates back to 1986 in the Formula Ford Championship. Many of the Grand Prix drivers of past years will have cut their teeth on machines very, very similar to this. And Caroline then heads around semicircle, and her time will be a 49.24. 3 years younger is the Van Diemen RF89 of Steve Morgan on the hill at the moment, 158. Les Buck is in another Formula Ford car as Steve Morgan does a 49.55, but Les in the Pringgit Mistral 1600cc, again another Formula Ford car, but much rarer than the Van Diemens that we've just seen. Les goes a little bit wider on the exit of the S's with no problems. And now we see Liam Cooper in the 1600cc Force machine, 49.65 for Les Buck. So all the times in that class for the Formula Ford racing cars very close indeed at the moment. We now see, as I say, 169. And that's Liam Cooper running in Class J2, and Liam's time of 40.42. Stuart Sugden is in the GWR Raptor under the bridge at 90 miles an hour. Unlike the Formula Ford Suzuki's car, 1600cc again, but with slick tyres and all the aerodynamic aids which from the Ford cars were not allowed. This does look like a clean run so far for Stewart. And he goes under the line to do a 37.96. A good time there for Stuart Sugden. Andrew Greenan is in the Empire Evo 3. We've seen some of the smaller engined Empire Evos before. Now this is a 1600cc one. It's a little bit twitchy in places, but 100 miles an hour under the bridge. It's a good time, obviously, and good speed, I should say, under the bridge. He will record a time of 39.34. Steve Marr, meanwhile, in his GDR Raptor 2. Not quite as quick under the bridge, 92 miles an hour for the GWR. And gets it all a bit wrong and spins in the middle of the S's. So Steve Marr then spinning, and that has brought out the red flags, unfortunately, for our next runner, who is Alan Warburton. But Steve Marr with that spin, and just waiting for the marshals to come along and give him a hand to get the car moved. So we see the replay, and he comes to the first part of the S's okay, but on the exit there the tail comes out a long way, overcorrects it just a little bit, and then spins back around in the other direction, and that was the end of his run. So that car will be coasting back down the hill. It's a dual driver car, so we'll need to come back to the paddock for the second driver. But Steve Marlin coasting that GWR Raptor down the hill, sharing the car with Richard Spedding.
Yeah, the bit what amazed me the most was just walking off up into the trees last year.
So Steve will be pulling into the paddock in just a moment, and then we'll be able to get the runs back underway. Fortunately, no damage done to the car, just a harmless spin, which I'm sure will come as a relief to Steve Marr's co-driver as well. Car 173, scheduled to come up the hill next, is Darren Gumbly in the 1600cc Force TA. Just warming the tyres up on the approach to the start line. And the car is in place. Quite breezy here at Prescott now. So away goes Darren under the, up to the 64 foot mark at 2.01 seconds and 94 miles an hour under the bridge. So pretty good time so far. Around the Tories then goes that Force, and the run up to Pardon, left hand hairpin. Cleanly through there, through Midway, up into the S's. This is where, of course, the previous car had the problem. No such problems for Darren, though. He's around there. He's into semicircle and heading for the line, and does a 38.26. Gary Hill is on the hill now with his OMS, again 1600cc. Is out of the S's into semi, up to the line, 41 seconds exactly as Robert Capper gets off the line in the Empire Wraith. At 98 miles an hour then for Robert as he goes around Pardon now. Tends to tell a little bit, I think, on the exit to Pardon, but he's through into the S's. A bit twitchy through there, but no real problems. But he does seem to have slowed up a lot as he comes out of the S's. It looks like it is unfortunately a problem for Robert Capper. I'm not sure he's going to make it. No, he's coming to a stop, unfortunately, on the hill. So the car at a standstill then, and the approach to semi, and once again the red flags have to come out. So disappointment there for Robert Capper in that Empire Wraith, as marshals clear some debris off the track, and we wait to see what is needed to recover the car of Robert Capper. Waiting on the line at the moment, Alan Warburton in the Gould GR59. We'll see some of these later in the unlimited capacity class, but this one a 1600 cost 709. So Robert just rolling back down the hill at the moment, reversing his way down so far. Guessing they may well turn him around in a moment, and he will coast back down to the start, or back down to the paddock, and then we can get the action back underway, beginning with Alan Warburton in the Gould.
Straight back in that.
So the car is clear of the track, and we will resume the action in just a moment. As I say, it's car 709 that sits on the start line currently. So away goes Alan Warburton then in that 1600cc Gould. 2.35 to the 64 foot mark, 93 miles an hour under the bridge. And Orchard and into Ettores, very neatly around the hairpin. A little downhill drop, then the run up to Pardon. She is cleanly around through midway. Now the S's. Oh, hangs the tail out just a little bit on the last part of the S's, but gets it all back in line around the semicircle under the finish line for 40.76. Nick Sanders, meanwhile, is on the hill in the Rayneck single-seater, 1600cc machine again. Good time under the bridge, 95, good speed, 95 miles an hour. He's around Pardon, up to midway on to the S's now. Through the S's he goes into semi and around there, under the line, and Nick to 39.16. Anscombe on the hill currently in his Empire Evo, still in the 1600cc category for single seaters. semicircle he goes then, up to the line. It's going to be a 41.88 for Rob Hanscom. Back to the Formula Ford machines now in car 958, one of the shared cars, Tom Morgan in that Van Diemen RF89. In fact, no, it's Alex Coles in the Van Diemen 86 that we're looking at. We'll see Tom in just a moment. 957 is the car on the hill, and a bit of opposite lock coming out of the S's there for the Van Diemen. Around semicircle and a time of 47.75. Now we do see Tom Morgan in his Van Diemen RF89. So Tom comes around semicircle and does a 49.27. Olivia Cooper on the hill now in the Force TA, 1600cc's again, car 969, another one of the shared cars, of course. And Olivia does a 39.26. Leslie Match in his GWR Raptor. 897 car time for Leslie is 38.88. Good time there. GWR. Adam Greenham is on the hill in the Empire Evo 3, car 171. Finish banner to set a time of 38.86. Good time then for the Empire. Fisher Davis is in the Reynard Formula 3 car, X-Formula 3 car, 2 litre car, 986. Formula 3 car from 1991. Out of Pardon on up to Midway. And the time for the Reynard, 42.82. Ian Tucker is on the hill in the OMS 28, again 1690cc this car. And the OMS goes under the finish banner at 42.41 seconds. Michael Tregoning is in the Pilbeam MP88 2 litre machine. We see Jonathan Varley in the GWR Predator, quickest time I think under the bridge so far with 104 miles an hour, 42.81 incidentally, time for Michael Tregoning. Varley do after that rapid start, 37.69 for Jonathan. As Einan Price makes his way around Pardon in the Force TA, car number 10. S's comes Einan. Can he get under the 40-second mark? Yes, he can. A 38.51 then for Einan Price. Away now goes Richard Spedding in his GWR Raptor. So we move back a class, as it were, to the 1100 to 1600cc single seaters. 100 miles an hour under the bridge for Richard, though. He's through Pardon on to Midway. To the S's. Time for Richard Spedding, 37 seconds exactly. Kelvin Broad is on the start line on the Force TA 1300cc machine. Away he goes. Number 204. It's 1300cc but forced induction. Under the bridge at 98 miles an hour. He's into the S's by now though, Kelvin, and on up to semicircle he goes. This looks like it could be quite a good time as well. 39.91 for Kelvin. John Chalmers on the line in his Rolt. It used to be an F3 car, but it wasn't forced induction when it was running in Formula 3, of course. 100 miles an hour under the bridge. Pardon. And on up to the S's goes John Chalmers. It's a 40.45 for John. Paul Hames in his Gould GR59, but a stall for him. I'm not sure if he tripped the beam or not. But he's going to get another start by the looks of it. Again, 1300cc turbocharged machine. Away then goes Paul Haynes, cleanly away the second time. Under the bridge at 106 miles an hour. That's certainly one of the quickest speeds we've seen under the bridge so far. A little bit twitchy through a Torres, which is successfully runs on up to Pardon. Very sharp turn in there, the tail hanging out on the exit through Midway into the S's. Nearly through the S's on up to semicircle. What time can Paul do in the GR59? He does a 37.66. So certainly the quickest car in his class so far. David Warburton now in the number 9 car. The Gould once again. Running, of course, in the 1100 to 1600cc, very competitive class. But that's a very competitive time as well for David with a 37.12. Not the quickest in class, but certainly up amongst the front runners, around about 3rd place, I believe. Lynn Owen is in the OMS car 220. That's the over 2 litre category, 2.7 litres for Lynn, in fact. So Lynn's time is a 42.72. Crowley on the hill now, his 2.5 litre GR55, and he spins it. I think he just about missed the tyre barrier, but a spin on the entry to a Tories then for Andrew Crowley, car 819. I'm not sure whether he made contact with the Recticel barriers or not there. And we take another look at that. He comes into the left-hander, and then immediately as he turns right, the back end breaks away. I don't think he touched anything, but he might be. I'm not sure if there's gravel there or not, in fact. If so, there might be a little bit of sweeping to be done. The marshal's quickly on scene to get him back down the hill and get things back underway. So as we come to the climax in terms of the big engine single-seaters and then of course the runoff, I will hand back to Chris Druitt.
We'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our live stream partner for today's British Hill Climb Championship and Cup meeting, Footman James. BHC Cup main sponsors Footman James have been at the heart of the classic vehicle movement for over 35 years and provide specialist classic vehicle insurance cover to owners, collectors, restorers and traders. Their classic car and classic bike insurance policies come with show and events cover as standard. Plus, you can tailor your policy to suit your needs with their flexible FJ Plus options. These options have everything from agreed value to track day cover. To find out more, please visit www.footmanjames.co.uk.
So luckily the Andy's car unscathed by a gentle little spin on the way into Ettores, but you have to be careful not to drag a whole lot of gravel out onto the track, so sweep away as much as possible, then probably Andy will be asked to go down the grass back to the paddock. As Gilles Villeneuve said, if you ain't spinning, you ain't trying. That's how you find the limit. Unfortunately, in hill climbing, it means a failed run. You don't get another 5 laps to continue practicing. Yep, so good. No gravel falling out. They've had a tricky weekend, the Coley brothers, with engine troubles yesterday and a bit of a spin today. Let's hope this afternoon brings better news. Next up is the OMS 28 shared by Bernard Kevill and Simon Andrews. And behind that white car on the pre-start line is the Tomlin pill beam, which is either Oliver or his mum Sandra. So these are cars that are in the big class, having a lot of fun and enjoying all the power of the 4-litre Judd and the TKD engine, but unlikely to threaten the top runners in the British Hill Climb Championship. In fact, although I'm pretty sure they're entered, I'm looking quickly at the current positions in the championship. I think neither of them are competing in the British Hill Climb Championship. And he gets out of the car and explains how the spin came about. Wasn't my fault. The great thing about hill climbing, in a slight contrast to circuit racing, is that if you do have trouble with your car, often your competitors in your class will come to help you. It's that sort of friendliness that characterises hill climbing in this country and probably elsewhere as well. 818. Is Bernard, and they've had fun. OMS 28 powered by Terry Davis's first engine, 2.8, so two 1400cc motorbike engines on a common crankcase. Beautiful bit of engineering. Bernard and Simon will happily admit they're not young hot shoes anymore. They're pensionable hot shoes. Safely up the hill, round semicircle, but he'll be pleased with a 40.51. That's a good time. It's Sandra, it's Mum, and she held the ladies' record here for a period. In, I think, this car, which she's had for, 13 or so years, still drives it with lots of enthusiasm and gathers up an incipient spin nicely on the way out of S's to record a 43.34. Tony Hunt in the on the Gould DJ55 with the Cosworth HB engine, ex-Schumacher engine, replaced by this XD. A lot of these XD engines have come back from the States because they were leased to the teams in IndyCar racing, and there's no other use for them nowadays other than hill climbing. So a lot of them have been snapped up by hill climbers. Time for Tony Hunt was a 42.95. Graham Wynne sharing, of course, with Scott Moran, and Graham was, I think, well under the 40-second mark in practice this morning, and they've developed this car over the last 2 years to, well, not to get the bugs out, but to get the suspension to their satisfaction, and they're certainly apparently pretty happy with how it's handling now. GR59 again, 4-litre Judd in the back. And a good time by Graham, 38.45. He'll be very pleased with that. Jack Cottrell in this unique Dallara Formula 3 tub at the front, an all DJ from the driver back, with the XD Cosworth squeezed in. What started life essentially as a Formula 3 car, but a lot of these Dallara tubs have made very satisfactory, good strong tubs for people to develop into Formula hill climb cars. Jack, good time, 38.25. Steve Owen in the OMS this year with the RPE 2.7 litre V8 engine. So Steve and Lynn enjoying a lot more power this year. It's a nice relatively easy engine to run as well. Trevor Willis has a similar engine in his car, but his is 3.2 litres. Stephen, his usual immaculate line through S's, and fairly early turn into semicircle, results in a 39.53. 39.53. Terry Davis on his way in another Formula 3 chassis, the Reynard from 1991, but now very much a hill climb car with Terry's own 2-litre V8 engine in the back. No dramas. Will he be? He won't be under the 42nd mark, but it'll be a low 40s, 41.38. Good. People swapping stories. Oh, I could have gone much quicker. Yeah, could have turned in later. Would have been much better. Well, I've had difficulty choosing the right gears. I'm sure I'll be much quicker this afternoon. Oh, while it's a bit quiet, let me just mention the Bugatti Trust. I think the Bugatti Trust is open for visitors today, and it's the last weekend where it is home to the fabulous Bugatti Type 57S Atlantique, of which there are, I think, only 3 in the world, and this one has a really interesting history. So I hope Angela Hooker has got the trust open today. I'll try and get a message from them, whether it's open or not. Cars coming out again. We're heading towards really serious runners in the championship. Matthew Thomas, this is my first time watching Hill Climb, and it's brilliant. Excellent commentary with lots of information about the cars. Thank you, Matthew. I guess you're in the UK, but you don't say you're watching from Timbuktu or somewhere. It's amazing how far away people do watch our live stream. Great. We had a message from Jakarta in Indonesia a couple of rounds ago. 218 is Simon Andrews. We mentioned sharing this car with Bernard Kevel. And it's very friendly competition between the two of them. OMS 28, of which Steve Owen has produced some 55 of this model. Speed after the bridge 92, that's respectable. And takes a nice late-ish apex at Torres. It's a funny corner at Torres. People tend to turn in too early, and then you have to wait to get on the throttle. So the trick is almost to do it like a rally stage corner, turn in very late, apex 2/3 of the way round with an early throttle. So Simon, no dramas, into semicircle. It will be a 40.22. He'll be cursing for not getting in the 30s, but a nice run from Simon Andrews. Here's Mark Coley with the car that we recently saw spinning harmlessly at Ettores, and the Coley boys have been competing in this car for at least 20 years, probably more. GR55 V6 Cosworth engine, you've heard all that before, and always a nip and tuck battle between the brothers. Simon Andrews 40.22, we saw that just now. Can Mark get under the 40-second mark. He might do. 35 at semicircle. Yeah, 39.71. Good run. Who's coming to the line? David Urin is in the GR55 Gould, car that holds the ladies' record at Chelsea Walsh in the hands of Nicola Minguez, Wallace's very fast driving wife. Car with a 3.3 litre NME Nicholson McLaren engine. Bit of sweeping needed. Maybe there was a bit of gravel left in the Coley Gould. But what you don't want is gravel on the track flicking up and hitting the car or driver behind. I think Dave has switched off the NME engine in the Gould. No point in getting the engine too hot. Of course, race cars don't have cooling fans. It's amazing, looking at Formula One, it's amazing how long the cars can wait on the grid with the engine ticking over without overheating. And I think it's I don't know whether the electronics switch off a couple of cylinders to keep it cool, but certainly if the pole sitter makes the mistake of doing the run round to the grid too fast, he's then sitting on pole position for, can be about a minute and a half with a racing engine ticking away behind him. So, red flag still out. Sweeping seems to have been done. I'm not sure whether there's more sweeping going on up the hill. So Marshall's at the bridge, back over the Armco. So pretty soon we're back in business. Yeah, red flag's coming in. They'll fire up the Gould. I suspect David will do quite a lot of tyre warming between the pre-start line and the start line. The two yellow lines, you can spin your driven wheels between those lines, but after the second yellow line, no more wheel spinning. 20 or 30 years ago, it was a very different story. We used to spin our wheels all the way up to, lots of wheel spins on the way up to the start to try and get some heat into the rear tyres. But the modern hill climb cars are much grippier, even when they're cold. So, neatly off the line, 2.24 is pretty good. David will be over the ton. 108 is quick at bridge. And remember, the car is actually still accelerating as it passes the speed trap. So probably it was 110, 111. Nicely round Pardon. Gets the power down early. What happens at S is inch perfect. And accelerate as hard as possible, get over to the left before semicircle. 37.73, respectable. 37.73, Trevor Willis on his way, triple champion, 2.05, and then 103 at bridge. Trevor is not hanging around. Remember, after this class, we've got the classics, and then be a bit of a pause while we work out the running order for the top 12 runoff. Trevor, immaculate line as always at a 36.74. On his way goes Oliver Tomlin, powered by 4 litres of Judd power. but it's an elderly engine, so it's much bigger and heavier than the current 4-litre Judd that we see in the back of the GR59. Oliver also hill climbs his grandfather's Chapman Mercury 3, which is a special built by his granddad, which I think Oliver steers on the throttle more than on the steering wheel. It's a fairly twitchy device. Love to be under the 40-second mark, and is with a good 39.25. Who's on the line, or who's on the way up? It's Terry Graves at semicircle. Happy with a 39.71. Now Scott Moran, 6-time champion, sharing of course with Graham Wynne, who just recorded a 38, which he'll be pleased with, but Scotty determined to get into a battle with Alex and Wallace at the top of the tree. Currently in 3rd place in the championship after quite a difficult year of getting the handling sorted out on this car, which it is now, I'm told, to their satisfaction. So it's a 35.5. Very near to the previous record. A great run by Scott. Alex, now what can he do? He'd love to snatch the hill record back from Wallace. Ming is in this incredible DJ Farstorm. He's only got 2.6 litres of Cosworth XD in the back, so would love to have a bit more power. Probably 650 isn't enough. But Alex is a brilliant driver, as people will have seen at Goodwood Festival Speed, where he drove the McMurtry electric car. 36.21 for Alex. Will qualify for sure, and maybe he's still on fairly old tyres prior to the runoff. 36.21. Now watch Wallace take off. It's no drama ever. It's just neat. Visor down, click, click, and off he goes. Look at that. And it'll be in the ones. 1.9. Always a brilliant start. 102, so not top speed at that stage of Orchard Corner. Probably entered Orchard at 110 or so. But Wallace knows there's no point in going crazy in this run. As long as it qualifies, that's the important thing. Wide entry into top S, lifting a front wheel over the bump there. 35.97. And our last few runners are these lovely historic Brabhams plus Jeremy in the Triumph Special. This is Chris Bentley-Jones in the BT35 Formula 2 car, which was the Diners Club car, driven by Canadian, was it Pete O'Brien? And on one famous occasion, one famous occasion at Crystal Palace was on the front row of the grid. Chris using every inch and a little bit more of the track and through S's, and a 45.19. Jeremy late braking in the Triumph Special on the way into Pardon. Bit of smoke but no real drama. 26 years since Jeremy built this car with its GT6 chassis, which Jeremy then modified. Triumph TR6 engine on carburetors rather than fuel injection, and a respectable 53.84. Now Andy Tippett in the unique Brabham designed by Jack Brabham for Formula 1. So started life with a Coventry Climax engine, only I think was used once. Maybe it never raced in a Grand Prix, but it was picked up by Mike McDowell for racing and sprinting, and he swapped the Climax engine for a Buick V8, the famous engine from which the Rover V8 was developed. We're watching Martin Jones in the little 1600 Brabham BT21, and then our last runner is about to leave the start line. Watch Martin Jones, he'll be in the late 40s, which is good, 47.77. Richard Brown in the Malak Mark 17. We used to have a clubman's class in hill climbing, and a dozen cars or so, but clubman's has declined on the hills. This is a genuine clubman's car with its pushrod 1700 engine, but there's still clubman's racing on the circuits, and they're very competitive. They're still exactly the same as they always were. And Malak, of course, was the leading constructor of clubman's Formula cars. Richard, highly experienced, 45.80. So there'll be a pause. And during this pause, before I give you the runners in the first of our runoffs, can I just mention, just outside the restaurant and the clubhouse, you'll find the Link charity stand, and they're selling raffle tickets for a superb hamper, and it's only £1 a ticket, and they're supporting local blood cancer patients in the NHS. So if you're up towards or into and out of the restaurant, do have a look at the Link charity stand, have a chat with them, but by all means do buy a lot of tickets. It's only £1 a ticket, so you can have 50 of those, and you might well get a lovely hamper. Runners for the round 27 of the Motorsport UK British Hill Climb Championship will be in this order. Is there a place in the programme to write these down? Not sure, but I'm sure you can grab pencil and paper, and I'll tell you who they are. First to run will be Darren Gumley, number 173, and Darren in the little car, 173. I'm just checking what capacity. I think it's an 1100 car, but anyway, a brilliant run to qualify with a 38.26. He'll be the first runner. Second up, Jack Cottrell, who I described yesterday as a young hot shoe, a star of the future. He qualified in to be the second runner in number 221, the Dallara DJ with its Cosworth XD engine, and Jack will be very pleased to have qualified for the runoff. Third runner will be Stuart Sugden, number 170. And Stuart qualified with a 37.96. So Stuart running third. Running up the hill in fourth place, fourth runner will be number 6, David Uren. We've just seen in the Gould GR55, qualified with a 37.73. He'll go fourth. Fifth up will be number 192, Jonathan Varley, in the unique Predator with its TKD engine, 2-litre engine squeezed in the back, qualified with a 37.69. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 runner, Paul Hames, number 7. Where is he currently in the championship? He's lying in 8th place, I think. At the moment, had a lot of trouble at Chelsea with the engine in all that heat, but going well today here at Prescott. So he qualified with a 37.66. Following him will be car number 9, David Warburton, in the GR59 with its 1600 Hayabusa. Meanwhile, Ed Burgess in this lovely Type 51 Bugatti. So I'll just break off from listing the runners in the championship runs in the runoff, because look at this lovely Bugatti Type 51 from 1931. The Type 51, of course, is the twin cam version of the famous Type 35B Bugatti. Ed Burgess had this car rebuilt over the winter after a number of seasons of hard work. He always drives it with great flair, Ed, and really quickly. It's the sort of car that won the first ever Monaco Grand Prix in the hands of a Brit, Grover Williams, painted green. And Ettore Bugatti saw the American Miller Grand Prix cars at the French Grand Prix, saw their twin cam overhead version of the engines, and thought to himself, that's a way to get more power out of the Type 35. He was a friend of Miller. It wasn't industrial espionage, and the Type 51 appeared in 1931 and gave about 30 more horsepower than the Type 35B. Ed's time, always a quick time, 53.48. Edward Townsend in a 35B, so single cam, straight 8, roller bearing, the famous Bugatti Grand Prix car that you could put wings and lights on and just drive on the road, or go into sports car racing. And distinguished from the 51 by only having one fuel filler behind the driver. And for the real anoraks among us, you'll see that the blower hole in the bonnet is, I think, a bit lower in the 35B than in the 51 anyway. So Ed Townsend rounding the semicircle to record a 61.33. Bruce Stops is in another Type 35B on wire wheels. The disc wheels, the aluminium wheels of most of the 35s contain the brake drum, but a lot of them have changed to have separate brake drums and wire wheels, because wire wheels tend to be nice and strong and easy to repair, whereas those Bugatti wheels were fairly heavy and tended after 50 years or so to crack a bit. Bruce has got headlights on his car, doesn't need mudguards to be legal on the road because it's a sort of 1920s car. Police will stop him and he'll say, no, I don't have to run mudguards, and records a 58.79. And Blow Me Down, talk about a quick round trip. Here's Ed back again. Traditionally, Bugatti Owners Club, Bugattis that are entered are our last runners before the runoff and our first runners after lunch. Because of course Prescott is owned and is the centre of the Bugatti Owners Club in the United Kingdom. Doesn't the Type 51 make a lovely noise? Well, so does the Type 35. Straight 8 again. In the 30s, if you had a roller bearing crankshaft, you needed to replace the rollers every 1,500 miles or so because they wore out and started skidding. But nowadays, with modern oils, they'll last years. Has an interesting crankshaft. It's got a fixed cylinder head, so you have to extract the pistons and the crankshaft from underneath the engine. And the crankshaft is in a number of pieces, and you can take it to bits. It's held together by cotters, if you know what cotters are. So if you want to re-roller your crankshaft, you have to hit it hard with a heavy hammer and split all the cotters, and then you can replace the roller bearings. Ed Burgess, 52.82 on the line. Ed Townsend. Slightly hesitant start. Well, it cost him a little bit of time, but it's just the Bugattis having fun between themselves. It's not deadly serious competition. But what a lovely excuse to be able to give your Bugatti its head up Prescott. A lot of people do drive it on the road, not particularly comfortable and not easy to carry a lot of luggage, but Prince Duncan Pittaway, who has an unblown Type 35, regularly drives his down to the south of France. Keeps getting stopped by the cops. Can't believe it's legal, but it is. We've got some liquid spilt on the start line. Unfortunately, I think it's either water or petrol. As long as it's not oil, there's certainly some mopping up going on. But Bruce stops in his wire-wheeled Type 35, heads for the S's. Road registered, of course. Lights front and back. Mudguards not required. And Bruce completes a good run with a time of 58.95. Okay, back to our runners in the runoff.
I've now got the running order for the first run in the top 10 runoff.
We've got a Formula student car coming in a second, but I'll quickly rattle through these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 runner, Paul Hames with a 37.66. Then David Warburton, 37.12. He's followed by Richard Spedding, 37 exactly. Then our top fastest four are Trevor Willis, qualified with a 36.74. Alex Summers, 36.21. Wallace Mingus, 35.97. And our quickest qualifier, Scott Moran, with a 35.5. Formula Student, international competition for universities worldwide, for a group of students to build a race car and compete in it. And every year there's an international meeting where they all get together, universities from around the world, and they're meant to be on a limited budget. Spookily, it's usually a German university that comes out on top. Look at that rear wing on this student. Do we know which university it represents? I look around, but no one can advise me. I'm sure it's written on the car. But we had a gang of them. We had 10 or so universities here yesterday giving a demonstration. But today we've only got one. This one represents Bath University, just down the road. And talking to the guys from University of Western England yesterday, it was evident that they have a lot of fun, but it's serious engineering. And we are heading towards our runoff. So quickly, I'll repeat our runners in the top 12 runoff. So these are people registered for the championship who've qualified with the 12 fastest times so far today. Darren Gumley qualified with a 38.26. Jack Cottrell with a 38.25. Stuart Sugden, 37.96. David Uren, 37.73. Jonathan Varley, 37.69. Paul Hames, 37.66. David Warburton, 37.12. Richard Spedding, 37, dead. Trevor Willis, 36.74. Alex Summers, 36.21. Wallace Mingus, current champion, 35.97. And fastest qualifier, Scott Moran, with a 35.5. Is that the first time this year that Scotty has topped the qualifiers? I'm not sure. But it's good to see him up there with a 35.5. Record 34.65. Remember that pretty much all of those runs will have been run with not the latest tyres. Each team tends to keep won the newest and the best tyre set for the runoffs. Keep your fingers crossed. At the moment it's dry and the track is dry, so we might be in for some spectacular times.
We'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our live stream partner for today's British Hill Climb Championship and Cup meeting, Footman James. BHC Cup main sponsors Footman James have been at the heart of the classic vehicle movement for over 35 years and provide specialist classic vehicle insurance cover to owners, collectors, restorers and traders. Their classic car and classic bike insurance policies come with show and events cover as standard. Plus, you can tailor your policy to suit your needs with their flexible FJ Plus options. These options have everything from agreed value to track day cover. To find out more, please visit www.footmanjames.co.uk.
So great to see the Formula student. It's a terrific initiative, encouraging students to take up engineering and then actually build something, compete in it. A lot of teamwork involved because each team must raise its own sponsorship and do its own publicity. So it's not just engineers they need I've been given a box of apples. No, I haven't. I've been given an apple. Thanks. 2 apples. So someone's been round the orchard picking apples. Thanks, Rick, very much. I haven't yet ascertained whether the Bugatti Trust is open today. If anyone can tell me, that would be good, and I'll announce it over the PA. But it's your last chance, if it's open, to see the incredible grey Bugatti Atlantique, one of only 3 in the world. I think there's rumoured to be a 4th one somewhere, but it's the lost Atlantique. It was a car bought by a very wealthy Parisian, I think, jeweller, who was a bit of a lad because he had 2 mistresses, one of whom needed to learn to drive. So being a gentleman, he took her out in his Atlantique and to have a driving lesson with him. And sadly, she stalled the car halfway across a railway level crossing, and as bad luck would have it, the express train was coming along, and it smashed into them, dragged the car a kilometre down the track before it stopped, and sadly they both died. And the wreckage was interned by SNCF, the French railway company, for I think about 10 years while all sorts of legal stuff was sorted out. And then when it was all cleared up, they sent it off to the scrapyard. Fortunately, a local in the area saw the remains in the scrapyard, knew what it was, and bought it. And since then, it's been rebuilt 4 or 5 times. But finally, it's had a recently remarkable. In this century, it's had a proper rebuild in the States, and it's absolutely immaculate and beautiful. So do, if you can, and it's open, do get to the Bugatti Trust and have a look at the Atlantique and all the other interesting stuff. Now then, Darren Gumley has brought his car out of the paddock, is parked it by the pre-start line. .38.26 he did to qualify. A lot of tyre cleaning going on. I think he's stopped the engine. Before the runoff, the track is minutely inspected, make sure it's in perfect condition for the runoff. And mathematically, it's possible for either Wallace Mingus or Alex Summers to win the championship at this meeting. It depends, if one's particularly successful and the other one not so, then they've clinched the deal. Currently, Wallace is lying on a total of 228 points. Alex is 5 points behind, and then Scotty Moran is on 207 with Wallace on 228. So I think it's out of reach for Scotty to win it, unless both. No, even if Alex and Wallace were unable to complete both runs, I think still it's out of reach for Scott Moran. Trevor Willis is lying fourth with 156 points in fourth, and then Matthew Ryder is in fifth, having won a couple of rounds, including Harewood, where he broke the record, so got 11 points. But tragically, today, Matthew was going to do a practice run, and the gearbox exploded. And so neither Sean nor Matthew will get a run today. Darren in the 1600cc Force TA. Force, one of these very high quality little manufacturers of hill climb cars. This one with a 1600cc Hayabusa. Remember, 2 seconds to 64 feet is one force of gravity, and his was 208. 93 miles an hour at the bridge speed trap. Darren up through 3 or 4 gears from Ed Torres to Pardon, late braking, and whizzes round. Pardon tries to get on the power very early out of Pardon, slight twitch, but going beautifully in the S's. Wide approach to Tom Roke Corner, 33 seconds and finished with a 38.69, so not quite as quick as his qualifying run. Darren is followed by Jack Cottrell. He's got lots of power with the Cosworth XD. Delara Tub, front end, rear end, pretty much all DJ. 2.19 off the line and 106 through the trap. Heavy braking for Ed Torres. Middle of the road, right the way round Ed Torres, and close in at Pardon. Lots of discussions, but he's quarter of a second up on Darren at the moment. Increases at midway to a third, and lifts a wheel into. He had to lift, I think, Jack, on the exit to S's. Yeah, it's cost him a bit. Yeah, it's cost him a second or so, because he really had to lift off, and so it puts him in second place so far in this runoff with a 40.05. Here's Stuart Sugden. Stuart in the GWR Raptor. built by Graham White Jr. up in the north of Scotland. Nice drama-free takeoff, 2.31, 100 miles an hour, no, 93 at the bridge speed trap. Middle of the roadish at Torres. And he's up by nearly half a second at the Pardon. Where is he at midway? He even more, well over 0.52 and then 0.64 at the S's, so he's increasing his lead over Darren. Will it be in the 38 or the 38.05? Pops Stewart into the lead, 0.64 ahead. Now David Uren. Qualified in 9th. Gould GR55 is not a brand new car, it's ex-Martin Grove, so it's well more than 25 years old, 3.5 litre NME engine producing plenty of power, and he's up already. Speed 110 for David at the bridge. We'll get another sector time at Pardon. 3/4 of a second already. Can David get into the 36s? Qualified 37.73. Maintained his lead at the S's. Gets as much power on the ground as possible, which puts him another 0.2 up. It'll be a 37.09. 37.09. David Uren leading the way by complete contrast from the big 3.3 litre GR59. Up will come Jonathan Varley in this tiny little GWR Predator, the unique car that started life with a Arrows Formula 1 engine and drove Graham White Jr. completely crazy because he could never get it to run properly. He chucked it in the corner. Jonathan found it, so that's perfect, and had a season with a BDG and now with a TKD 2 litre V8, squeezed into the back. 2.33, a little bit down on the first 64 feet. Will he catch it up on David? We'll see at Pardon, but Jonathan going nicely. Yeah, he's a second off the pace at Pardon. Can he drag it back? Remember, he's got much less power than David. It's only 1.2 adrift. I think it's going to pop Jonathan into second place, into third place with a 38.32. 38.32. So, leading the way at the moment is David Uren. Now then, Paul Hames. He's only got 1.3 litres, it's turbocharged, it still produces plenty of power from the little engine. Engine behaving itself this meeting, having caused no end of grief at Shelsley. The rear wheels have not passed the start line, so that's not a failed run. So the clock will be rewound. And they're not easy cars to get off the line. It's a very fine line between too much wheel spin and stalling the engine. Remember, it's only 1300cc. Yeah, Paul won't be very happy with that start, 2.3. It almost stalled again. 105 though at bridge speed trap. Remember, we're chasing David Uren's time, and Paul is half a second off the pace at Pardon. Maintaining that. Can he drag it back? He might well do. 0.2. So might well be threatening David. Only 1200s behind. and dropped it a little bit. So in second place with a 37.38. 37.38. What can David Warburton do? Again, 1600cc Hayabusa in the back of this Gould GR59. David, I think, is currently 9th in the championship, which is how he finished up last year. It's a really lovely car, brilliant engineering, particularly in the transmission department, and his 2.16 is pretty good. 100 miles an hour. 96. 96 for David at Orchard. Good line as it tours, lifts the front wheel a little bit on acceleration. Dropped it a bit at park, so 0.78 behind David at the moment. Yeah, it's slipping away a little bit for David David Warburton. Yeah, it's sliding a bit, maybe not happy. 39.75 for David in 6th place. 39.75, 6th place. Richard Spedding next up in another Raptor. The little Raptor, similar to the Predator, but a little bit smaller. And this year with a 1600 unblown Hayabusa, with which Richard is very happy, compared with the supercharged 1300 of last year. 97 miles an hour at bridge. I think he might not be up there with David Urim, but we'll see when he gets to Pardon. No, nearly 3 seconds off the pace. I wonder if we've got damp where we have. I'm looking out the window. What a shame. It's gone all slippery, and that's of course why David Warburton was off the pace. So the rest of our runners, who are all championship material, will stay on slicks. I don't think there's any reason to go on to wet tyres, but it's a real test of driving skill to have a damp road. So Trevor, minimum revs of the start, and you can see the effect, 3.34. What a shame, it spoils the competition. The rain's getting harder and harder, so it'll be interesting. David Urim, we're counting his blessings for getting a run in before the rain came down. Yeah, 4 seconds off the pace. So it's really the worst conditions. I mean, a really wet road when you're running on wet tyres is actually much easier to handle. So for all Trevor's skill, he's 6 seconds behind and records a 44.98 in 9th place. Alex is not going to win the championship in this round. Nicely controlled start. 2.62 is very good in the conditions. Has the rain stopped? No, it's still drizzling. So the track won't be drying out. Despite which, Alex is not that far behind. Well, 3 seconds. It really does mix the field when the rain starts halfway through the runoff. But it's nice to see the skill with which these drivers control these cars. Alex got a bit of a twitch on the brakes into semicircle. 9th place with a 42.44. 42.44. So 2.5 seconds quicker than Trevor. Wallace will so we're going straight to Wallace. Scott has opted not to take a run. There's no point. He's not challenging for the lead. And so we're straight on to our current leader and champion, but poor old Wallace is facing a very difficult run. See, even trying to get some heat into the tyres is very difficult. It's a very slippery, slimy track. What a shame. But a great opportunity to see real driving skill, because these guys are still determined to put on as good a show as possible. Beautifully controlled start, but nevertheless a second behind David's dry start, and Wallace wisely 88 miles an hour into Portugal. There's no point in overdoing it and possibly risking bending the car. There's another afternoon runoff. Let's pray that that's dry or full wet, so that everybody is in with an equal chance. So sliding it through S's. Careful not to let it fall off at semicircle. 8th place with a 41.93 for Wallace Minges. So pretty soon up on screen we'll get positions in that runoff. Well, they're there on my screen, but there will be a big screen. Here it is. David wins the round, earns 10 points, followed by Paul Hames. David with a 37.09, Paul with a 37.38, Stuart Sugden in the Raptor 38.05, Jonathan Varley fourth in the Predator 38.32. Darren, I think Darren, it started spitting, Darren Gumley 38.69, and then David Warburton in 6th place was definitely suffering from rain and a slightly damp track. Then it got worse and worse. Jack Cottrell 7th with a 40.05. Wallace Minges, down to an unusual for him, 8th place with a 41.93, but controlling all that power. 9th, Richard Spedding. Yeah, we wondered why he suddenly slowed down and then saw the rain coming down. Isn't it sod's law? It stopped raining now. After Richard, Alex Summers 10th with a 42.44. Brilliant run though. Trevor Willis not going crazy, 44.98, doesn't earn a point. So a disappointing runoff in terms of a straight fight for the lead, but interesting nevertheless. It's brought us to lunchtime. I will find out when we are starting again after lunch. Yeah, UK time it's now 12:30, or getting on for 12:30. Restart at 1:30. There will be things on the screen if you're watching on screen during lunchtime. We've got all sorts of, Richard has assembled all sorts of interesting things for you and us all to look at. But there's our current state in the British HillClimb Championship. Wallace is still leading on 204 points. Alex is now only 2 points behind, so it's getting closer. Scotty in 3rd place with 188. 4th is Trevor Willis. 5th, Matthew Ryder. Such a disappointment that he hasn't had a run in the runoff or in the class runs today. In 6th place, David Uren. He's gone up, added 10 points to 116. 7th, Richard Spedding. In 8th place, Paul Hames. 9th again, David Warburton. We fed up with 9th place. 10th, Will Hall, who's no longer competing. He'll be back next year. 11th, Stuart Sugden. 12th, Jonathan Varley in the Little Predator. 13th, Nick Saunders. 14th, good to see Graham win in the top 15, sharing, of course, the Gould with Scott Moran. And 15th, Jack Cottrell on the chart in the Delara DJ. Okay, have fun during lunch. There will be stuff on the screen. I don't know what it'll be, but it'll be interesting. Talk to you at 1:30, or Peter will anyway.
I couldn't believe a little bit of rain make it so thick. Alex has got to start.
Here at Prescott, once a year, we always invite the Formula Student Guys, which is an international competition for universities around the world. And we've got a number of universities in this country. And so a representative is the University of Western England. And this is Jamie? Yes. Jamie, you're the boss man.
I wish I was, yeah. No, I'm currently our new head of aerodynamics in the team. So my role mostly involves doing all the computational fluid dynamics on the car, and then building all of mostly our carbon fibre parts for our entire aero package.
Okay. And here's Liv. Her mother calls her Olivia when she's not behaving herself. Olivia, what's your job in the team?
I'm the head of business this year, and I've been involved with the powertrain in previous years.
So is it your job to raise the money?
Well, a little bit, but also to try and do the business presentation. So they have a Dragon's Den style presentation to try and get students used to having to present to investors. Right. And then we have all the social media that we run, trying to get the sponsorship, trying to get the prospectus out. Yeah, that's mostly what I do. Is
there a limit to the amount of money university can spend on this project?
Yes. So some universities fund the teams better than others, but if you can't get your own capital and you can't get manufacturers to give you components, you're going to really struggle to get a car running.
So are you getting much cooperation from British manufacturers?
Yeah.
Yeah, relatively. We've got a few of our sponsors, especially like Life Racing and Easy Composites as well. They help us with a lot of our kind of parts in terms of some of our electronics and our composite materials. But in terms of kind of some of those big manufacturers currently, it's very, very difficult. But in terms of the gain in our performance recently, especially of coming second at the university competition this year, we hope to kind of gain a larger kind of sponsorship.
And third member of the gang is the ace driver. Am I right?
Somewhat ace, yeah. So I was very fortunate to be able to drive this car in competition this year. We also competed in Formula Student Italy amongst some of the phenomenally good, talented teams there. Managed to do 0 to 6 in about 3 seconds, so that's pretty quick for a car that we built.
Is this a new car?
Yes, so we build a new car every year. Right. There are some carryover components such as like the brakes, steering rack, engine particularly. We previously had a plenum, intake plenum 3D printed in metal by Haita. That's one of the previous sort of big...
Are there lots of restrictive rules?
Yes, so we follow a full rule book. Depending on kind of what country you race at, there's a slightly different rule book. But for the FS UK, there are some restrictions, kind of the engine size. There's also a restrictor to limit the airflow into the engine. You also follow all the aerodynamic rules in kind of terms of the height, width, length of the aerodynamic components, and then there's some smaller rules. There's things like currently for FS UK you can't run fan cars. By that I mean some teams, they will run a fan underneath the car, which essentially sucks the car down onto the floor. So currently for FS UK that's not allowed, but for Germany, for example, it's allowed.
Is the whole team studying engineering at uni?
We're a mix.
We have a couple of students that do product design, and they very much help with a lot of our kind of ancillaries components, a lot of driver systems, things like the steering wheel, kind of some of the electronics in terms of displays and whatnot, and that kind of helps to create ergonomics within the team.
Unlike a lot of other teams, we're a society as well, so we have people from all different walks of studies. So we even have a history student, a product design student, mechanical, aero, automotive, architecture. Anyone that can do CAD is useful.
And do you choose the team members, or do they come and choose you?
So because we're a society, anyone can sign up. They just have to pay the joining fee and sign up, but you really get out what you put in.
Okay, so my grandson, who's studying media studies at UWE, he can come along and help you with media.
He should join my team. He should come and do all the business and media with us.
I'll tell him to come. Have a great weekend. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Nice talking to you.
The The great things about the British Hill Climb Championship is the appearance on the scene of some young hot shoes, some younger than others. But Alex Summers is currently lying second in the listings, I think, Alex, unless you've taken the lead. And Matthew Ryder's come along, first season in a very, very quick car, and topped the times in 2 Hill Climb Championship meetings. So it's a great development of the hill climbing being attractive to young drivers, because it's always been seen as a rather middle-aged sport. But you're not middle-aged yet, are you?
No. Hopefully not quite yet. Anyway, yeah, it's been a really good year so far. It's been nice to have a go in the big car and start getting a little bit close to some of these guys who've been doing it a few years longer than me. So yeah, so far so good.
Has it taken a while to get used to the power and the power to weight ratio, particularly of the Gould?
Not particularly. Obviously, having had a go in some of the slightly smaller cars for a few years beforehand, I think it is a step up. And I think the first time I got in the car, I thought, my God, how's my neck going to manage all this every weekend? It is surprising, but I think you adapt to it quite quickly. And after a few weekends, it feels like that's the norm. Really, you get into a bit of a groove with it.
Normally you think, my God, this thing's powerful, and then after a few weeks you say, I need more power.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, you never say no to a bit more power, a bit less weight, do you? But
that's what Alex is saying. Need more power.
It would be nice. No, I mean we've obviously enjoyed watching Matt this year. It's been brilliant, and as you say, it's nice to see fresh talent coming through. Obviously we've got Warby, you, me. We're Club 1831 at the moment. Jack's come along in the Dallara as well. So I've said it before, I think it's a really healthy period that we have in the sport. It's great to have a 6-time champion, like the greatest of all time statistically, and some new guys, and everyone's having a good old ding dong every weekend. So no, it's been brilliant for Matt. I was upset with myself at Shelsley, but weirdly and in a nice way, it was offset by the fact that it's nice to see someone else get that at that time and have a good old pop at the record as well.
So how many points between you and Wallace at the moment?
I'll simplify it. On drop scores, if you go by Hill Climb UK's coverage, there's 2 points in it. So I trail Wallace by 2 points. All I have to do is beat him. I say all that I have to do. I mean, it's not that easy, is it? But if I beat him in every runoff, I win a championship. If he beats me in every runoff, he wins a championship. If it ended today, it would go his way.
So no pressure then?
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of pressure. I won't lie. I mean, it's been intense. This is the 3rd year I've been playing a supporting role to Wallace, and it is hard. It's certainly from an emotional point of view, you think, oh God, what have I got to do? But we've got a very quick car. We've got a lot of records and a lot of wins this year. It's the consistency that Wallace has that's so punishing. He just doesn't miss. And from our point of view, and for the guys who are less experienced, I mean, I hardly claim to be unexperienced, but it is hard to be that consistent, to be disciplined, and let's do the same thing. Let's look at the data. Let's look at that's where Wallace has the edge at the moment, and it shows. So fair play.
Matthew, you've got a Judd 4-litre engine pushing you along, and Alex, you've got only 2.65. So it strikes me, I might be completely wrong, that the Judd is much easier to get off the line.
I'm not sure about getting off the line. I think it's probably maybe a little bit more punch when it gets going, perhaps. I think if you look at the start times, I think Wallace and Alex are certainly quicker off the line every time than us at the moment. There's something in the launch control systems maybe, or maybe my right foot, I'm not sure. But I don't think we're quite there on the starts actually just yet.
But Alex, for you, is it a very fine line between too much wheel spin and stalling the engine?
No, paradoxically it's not. This has got a very, very short first gear, this car. So in terms of rear wheel torque off the start line, we're probably a lot more than the Gould. So this has got a 58 mile an hour first gear, and yours is probably 80 something.
Yeah.
So you're snatching second after 2 seconds.
I mean, that is the comment that people make. It sounds like the rev limiter going up the straight, bah, 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 like that. And I just throw gears at it. But we've got a smaller engine, but we've got a heavier gearbox, but it does have drop gears and it's got various different things. So we can be very precise with the start. So I don't really have too many issues, he said, with that. I think what Matt's going through, and we were talking about it just before you came over, was it's time with the systems, times in the car that he lacks this year is finessing those things. And it's usually a calibration in the car that, a bit more revs, or, you maybe throw a lower gear at it at some point when you can, and try these things. So no, this one's fine. I mean, I think this probably actually makes more power than the Judd, but for
narrow rev band.
Yeah, it makes peak power between 13 and 15,000 RPM.
Whereas the judge pulls from what, 7 or 8?
Lower down, yeah, probably half that.
People who haven't seen modern hill climbing don't realise how quick these cars are. So in terms of, let's say, 0 to 100 miles an hour, 2.5 seconds?
Not quite. 0 to 60, we've seen sub 2 in Guernsey when it was really hot. It's sort of 1.7 something. So yeah, it's really quick. And then hundreds usually between 3 and 3.5. I mean, here we'll be doing about 118 under the bridge, and that's on the limiter in fourth in this.
That's after 5-6 seconds or so.
Yeah, about that. Yeah, it's very much dependent because we have cold starts. You know, with tyres, yeah, we get to scrub them, but it doesn't really do a lot. If you had a hot tyre, we would be even quicker. But then you get to sort of braking drive shafts and stuff. So, you know.
We're threatened with rain tomorrow. Does that level the field in terms of engine power?
Yeah, I think so. I think when we were in the smaller classes, we would have prayed for rain. Maybe a little bit less so now. You lose some of that advantage. But I love driving in the wet. I think it's great fun. I think it's nice. It's always mixes things up a little bit. You get to try something different, and it makes it a little bit less of the same people always at the top. So yeah, I'm quite looking forward to it really.
Well, we're not.
well, maybe not. Maybe not so good for spectators, but a good spectacle to watch, probably even more so.
Well, guys, have a great weekend. It's been a brilliant season. This isn't the last round, is it?
No.
Where do you go from here?
We have Loughton Park at the end of September, which is always traditionally the finale, and there's a bit of a hog roast and we take a picture of the top 10 drivers and stuff. So yeah, it's a bit of a holiday party atmosphere. I think this year, hopefully, the championship will go down to the wire at Loughton. I think it'll be great for us. If it finishes this weekend, it's likely then it's Wallace has won it, but that has benefits as well. It means we can enjoy it without them.
Well, we're certainly getting much bigger audiences than we've ever had before, and I think live streaming has had an effect on that.
Great.
Have a great weekend. Let battle be joined.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Cheers.
Standing in front of what looks like a 1953 Formula 2 car with an exotic engine. Well, it's still pretty exotic. Jeremy Rivers Fletcher built this in about 1830.
No, actually 26 years ago.
26 years.
And you're right, I wanted a Formula 2 racing car.
Well, you made one.
Well, yes, I sort of made one that looks like it, and it's probably more fun for me than a real one. Sure. But I couldn't afford a real one at the time.
It's mostly Triumph, isn't it, Jeremy?
Well, it started life as a Triumph GT6, right? But the chassis was the wrong shape, so I had to cut the front off, cut the back off, and make my own chassis in the middle. And yes, it still has a lot of Triumph components.
Yeah. Including the engine?
Absolutely, a TR6, 2.5 litre, straight 6, running on SU carburetors, because basically I don't understand fuel injection.
No, and the Triumph or Lucas fuel injection was a bit notorious, wasn't it?
Well, everybody told me I would never understand it because I'm completely stupid anyway, so I thought, let's just get rid of that and fit something that I can cope with. SU carburetors, one needle, one jet, yep, that's for me.
But not stupid to build a car which has given you lots of fun for 26 years.
I didn't dream in a million years that I'd still have this car 26 years later. I mean, my objective at the time was to have a Formula 2 type, look-alike, front-engined racing car, and my objective was to get it onto the start line at Prescott. I didn't realise then that I would then spend 15 years making it better, quicker, easier to drive. Actually, my wife would say it was more difficult to drive because she raced it with me for 20 years. But once I'd welded up the diff to make it quicker for me, she didn't really like the car after that.
And after 26 years, have you found the right route up Prescott hill climbing?
Yes, yeah, I have, and the car has. It doesn't need me to drive it anymore because it's been up so often.
So you go up with your eyes shut?
Right, it's safer that way.
And you're parked between two Brabhams, so their drivers are looking really worried that they're going to be outpaced.
Yes, well, they're not. Right? I'm the only front-engine single-seater racing car here that's got the steering wheel in the middle. And yes, I will be slowest in my class, but I'm here to enjoy myself, not to pick up a trophy or a bit of glass to add to the dozens I've got in the cabinet.
None of which get used.
None of which get used.
You and me both. Yeah. Jeremy, have a great weekend. Lovely to talk to you and lovely to see the car. After 26 years, it looks as young as ever.
Yes, but you didn't say that about the driver, did you?
No, I wouldn't dare.
No, you'd be honest. Right. Nice to talk.
Thanks a lot.
Yep.
HillClimb champion Trevor Willis and still very competitive in a car that's slightly long in the tooth, just demonstrates that although there's a lot of technical development year by year, it's pretty slow. In other words, how old is this car?
The chassis is from 2013, so it's, but it's been developed an awful lot. Every year there's more and more developments going on, yeah.
So is it getting quicker and quicker still?
It's still getting quicker, and it's the quickest it's ever been. It's just that some of the other people have gotten even quicker.
Is that because the driver's got lighter, or is it more power from the engine?
It's really the engine spec has stayed the same for probably about 10 years, but it's just all the other things, the handling, aero, that kind of thing, really, yeah.
And is it handling nicely now?
It's very good at the moment. There's always improvements you can make and refinements, but it's pretty good.
Yeah. Does it suddenly spin? If it spins, is it very sudden, or do you get any warning at all?
You get some, but it's not an awful lot.
Suddenly the world is revolving around you.
Yes. Sometimes you sense something dramatic is going to happen, and then it generally does. Yeah.
So is your next development a bit more power, or are you happy with how it is at the moment?
I think with this engine, it's superb how it is, and I can't compete on the power stakes with the Cosworths and the Judds. So there's no point trying to match them on power. So I have to beat them elsewhere by making the handling better, making it lighter, that kind of thing.
And skillful driving.
Well, hopefully I can do some of that.
Good. Trevor, thanks very much indeed.
Pleasure.
Some champions, we've looked at some champion cars and things that are producing 750 horsepower and weighing 200 kilos, whatever. So I thought we'd have a look at another really interesting car, which in many ways is unique. It's the Lancia Fulvia of Tim and Pete Cotgrove. Tim, I was going to say strange, but it's not strange. It's very characteristic of Lancia, is the little V4 engine, which is cute and short, and to have a V engine with one cylinder head is quite strange, isn't it?
It is. It's a Lancia thing. They had slightly different angles for each model, but the idea is you can have a overhead cam for both, a single cam driving both sides. Oh, right. It's one of the advantages, apart from generally being compact.
Yeah. And front-wheel drive?
Front-wheel drive, yes. Quite sophisticated front suspension, just a beam axle at the back. Right. Double wishbones at the front.
And these cars had a great rally history, didn't they? Was that in the early 70s?
Early 70s. Yeah. They won the championship in 72.
Driven by?
Minari.
Oh, Sandro Minari.
Yeah, he famously. They had a lot of victories. It was a private team, actually, not sponsored by the factory. Right. So they ran the Fulvias. They won quite a lot in 71, but the championship in 72. Yeah. In this model car, the very first Series 1, because it was lighter and simpler than later ones. Later they put a 1600, they built a new 1600 engine, but that couldn't keep up with the Mark I Escorts. Oh, really? This one, really, because it was twisty. On the Monte, things like that. On the mountains, it was always quicker than the Escorts.
And it was tough as old boots, wasn't it? Tim, is it still tough? Oh.
So far, so good. Yeah, it's held together. We're probably, three seasons in after it was built, and it's holding up very well so far.
Brilliant. And can you handle all the power?
Yes, yeah, just about, yeah. You do, it pulls reasonably well. It struggles a bit in some of the hill climb events that are a bit steeper, Chelsea and others, but here it does very well. And of course the front wheel drive really helps us out with the very tight uphill hairpin. We can pull around there, so we take whatever advantage we've got there.
What does it rev to?
We limit it to 7,000.
That's enough, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is enough. I think it will take a bit more, but we like to keep the engine.
Producing, what, 125 horsepower?
125 at the rear wheels on a rolling road, so there must be more off the engine. Well, sorry.
Front wheels.
Sorry. On the wheels is what I'm saying, rather than just off the engine.
So the
yeah.
engine's producing 130 or so on the dyno.
Yeah, absolutely.
Guys, have a great weekend. Thanks very much indeed. Well done. We interview plenty of attractive young men at Prescott, but we found an attractive young woman to interview. She calls herself an old lady, but age is just a number, isn't it? Yeah. But Sandra, you've been hill climbing very effectively for a long time, and did hold the ladies' record here, which is quite some achievement. But now it's the famous old Pilbeam with this 4-litre Judd engine. So you've got plenty of power there.
Yes, we've got about 620 brake horsepower, and it weighs about 460 kilos.
The whole thing? So power to weight ratio is enough?
Yes, I can't calculate that. No. It's adequate. We're never short of power.
So do you ever press the right-hand pedal all the way down?
Occasionally, usually over the finish to Shelsley. In fact, Oliver always jokes, can we please see full throttle, Mother? But no, we don't get much from me.
No. But over the finishing line at Chelsea, what, 140 or so?
Yeah, 145.
Oh, and then you've got to stand on the brakes.
Yes, I've been airborne occasionally.
There is a sand trap there, isn't there?
Yeah, I haven't found that, thank goodness.
No. If you're a golfer, you'll probably enjoy it. It's a bunker.
But my father once went all the way to the hedge at the other side of the field because he couldn't stop in time.
But you're sharing, as we have done for a number of years with your son Oliver. Are you still quicker than him?
No. I remember the day that he did beat me, and I had a very long face. It took some time, but...
But the family has been in motor racing and hill climbing for a long time, and your dad built some interesting cars, one of which Oliver still drives.
Yes. My father started hill climbing in 1948 and built 4 hill climb cars. Number 3 is the one that Oliver has, and that also has an embarrassment of power.
We're talking Phil Chapman and Chapman Mercury. Yeah. Did they all have Mercury engines?
Yeah, he started off with 4. I mean, he didn't have much money, so he used to go to the scrapyard and see what American V8s he could find. Yeah. And so, yes, that's where it comes from.
Mike Pilbeam's still going strong?
Yes, Mike built this for me in 2000. Well, the first one he built for me was in 2008, and then unfortunately that had a moment at Wiscombe. So this is the second incarnation, and this was built for me in 2013. I think actually it's the only Pilbeam he's ever built for a lady.
Really? Yeah. So you had a seat fitting?
No, and he has a picture of it on his wall in his office, which is lovely.
Brilliant. Well, Sandra, have a great weekend. I'm sure you'll beat Oliver this weekend.
If only.
Just press that right-hand pedal a bit further down.
Yeah, I usually get into the landscape when I do things like that.
Well, we'll enjoy that anyway.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Bye.
We'll just stay here for the rest of the lunch.
Well, it's not going to be a very interesting stream, is it?
Hello, all right? Go have you to it.
Thank you.
that's fine.
Okay.
Oh, look, it'll be on camera.
That's why I'm doing 87 or Anti-roll bars is the way, the most easiest accessible way, the most effective way to fighting car balance. Generally speaking, the stiffer you run the bar at each end, the less overall grip you get. So for example, if I'm going into a course, particularly slow to medium speed, aero type speed, obviously. So slow to medium speed corners, too much oversteer, soften your anti-roll bar slightly. The lack of traction, soften your anti-roll bar slightly on the back end. Also, or rather alternative to that, stiffen your front anti-roll bar slightly, that will give you a little bit more understeer. And then you can start looking at the balance between the two anti-roll bars. They don't generally want to be miles apart on them. They want to be within a few slots of each other. Let's not play with anti-roll bars first. And that's the way you need to understand the suspension. Because they control the weight of the car transfers between the
We'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our live stream partner for today's British Hill Climb Championship and Cup meeting, Footman James. BHC Cup main sponsors, Footman James, have been at the heart of the classic vehicle movement for over 35 years and provide specialist classic vehicle insurance cover to owners, collectors, restorers and traders. Their classic car and classic bike insurance policies come with show and events cover as standard. Plus, you can tailor your policy to suit your needs with their flexible FJ Plus options. These options have everything from agreed value to track day cover. To find out more, please visit www.footmanjames.co.uk.
Well, welcome back then to Prescott and the afternoon action here in the British Hill Climb Championship, and that action will be getting underway very, very shortly indeed. The Motorsport UK British Hill Climb Championship presented by Avon Tyres 2022 to give it its full title. Currently led by Wallace Mingies now by just 2 points after this morning's top 12 runoff from Alex Summers. And there will be another top 12 of course to round off the day's action. But before that we will be having all the second class runs, as I say, starting in just a moment or two. The marshals are just taking up their positions and the radio checks, or essential radio checks, taking place. As soon as that's complete we should see some cars out on track. Well, it seems that very fittingly the first cars we will see tackling the hill will be the Bugattis. I'm sure most, if not all of you, know that Prescott is the home of the Bugatti Owners Club, and the car that appears to be lining up first, car 291, Edmund Burgess in his Type 51 Bugatti with the 2.3 litre engine, the Type 51, which was an evolution of the Type, or the replacement for the Type 35. Doesn't hold the same competition record in its day as the Type 35 did. It is a Grand Prix winning model, but it had to compete when it was current. It was competing with the very well financed Italian and German teams that were so had plenty of money pumped into them by their respective governments for propaganda reasons. The French weren't putting the same sort of money into Bugatti, and so they struggled to be competitive, but they did manage at least one Grand Prix victory in the Type 51. Edmund Burgess then will be the driver, the first car up the hill this afternoon, his Type 51. Bugatti Owners Club purchased Prescott in, I think it was 1937 if my memory serves me correctly, and they ran their first competitive hill climb here in 1938. And with the exception of the war years, it's been active ever since. So out comes Edmund Burgess then in that lovely looking Type 51, gives the tyres a bit of a warm up, lines up. I think it's just cut out, so he's going to have to drop back, get the car fired up once again. And there it is, obviously a road registered Bugatti. See the twin filler caps behind the driver. Just that tiny little aero screen in front of him. Big wooden rimmed steering wheel. And away then goes the Bugatti Type 51. Just under 3 seconds to the 64 feet mark. And under the bridge at 64 miles an hour. And really pressing on there through the left-hand bookings and into Torres for appropriately enough. Bugatti, as Chris mentioned this morning. Then on up to Pardon. Turns in sharply to the left hand and cleanly around there. Through Midway. On into the S's now, and really pressing on. Runs a little bit wide on the exit, but doesn't actually get onto the concrete on the outside of the corner. And he's coming through the semicircle now, up to the finish line, and does a 53.13. On the hill now is Edward Townsend in his Type 35B. The slightly older model could possibly be the quicker car, although at the moment he's a little bit slower at the early stage of the hill. Midway he comes. The two aero screens on the front, one for the passenger as well, Type 35B. He's into semicircle as we switch to Bruce Stops again in a Type 35B, and a bit quicker than Edward Townsend. Edward's type a 63.45. So Bruce is through semicircle up to the finish line he comes, and he records a 58.42. So it is the Type 51 of Edmund Burgess that's quickest so far. And he's immediately back for his second run. So his time is the time to beat his own time of 53.13. Selects first gear. Visor goes down. And away he goes then. .65 miles an hour under the bridge this time. Torres once again. It's tight, clean line through the hairpin, up to Pardon. And looks like a good run so far as he comes through midway into the S's. Really is wonderful to see these bugattis being driven in the way they were designed to be driven. He's coming up to the line and improves just marginally on his first run with a 53.01. And now it's Edward Townsend taking his second run in the Bugatti Type 35B. Slower under the bridge than Edmund was, Type 51. He's around Pardon. Into the S's then comes the 35B of Edward Townsend. A little bit wide on the exit of the final part of the S's. It's time to beat from his previous run, 63.45. As we see Bruce Stops in his 35B. And it's a 62.65 for Edmund, so he finds nearly a second improvement on his first run. So what can Bruce Stops do? Can he pick up time as well on his first run before we see the small engine saloon cars taking their runs? There is the first of those, and that is car 20, David Garnett, in the 2-litre Clio. 59.02 for Bruce Stops, so in fact he's a little over half a second on his first time. Garnett comes around towards the finish line to record a time of 52.36 as we switch our attention to Dave Warner in his Clio, a 197 this. And a 51.79, so about half a second quicker than David Garnett. That's Dave Warner. As we see the Peugeot 205 of David Wilson on the hill. Wilson then into semicircle in the Peugeot. And there's a 50.90 as we switch to the Lotus Exige, number 24, the car of Simon Curtin. So bright yellow Lotus and really pressing on up to semicircle. Very well set, the quickest time in the class so far. So he goes over the line and does a 49.62. Back to the Renault Clios now then, it's James Lovell, car number 25, who is looking to better that 49.62 of Simon Curtin. He goes through the passes into semicircle. Over the line with the 53.53. Meanwhile, Robin Holden out there in the Mazda MX-5 Roadster to the 1884cc Japanese sports car. We see the well, in my opinion, absolutely beautiful Alpine A110 Berlinetta, 1.8 litre engine, gorgeous car built by Alpine before they were part of the Renault setup, and used very successfully in rallying and racing. Absolutely beautiful car, although not built to accommodate people of my stature. Holden's time in the Mazda 52.49. And the time for the Alpine A110 in the hands of Simon Durling is a 55.59. Isabella Lawrence in her Renault Clio up there. Switch to the Renault Twingo 133 of Tom Mogirossi, car number 29. Isabella's time, a 53.28. Tom's time, a 57.27. We see Jonathan Langmead in his Lotus Elise. The 1800cc Volkswagen Golf of James Hudson, rounding Pardenheim, car number 32. Jonathan Langmead's time of 48.81. That's the target time for James Hudson. I don't think he's going to better that. Ian Richards, meanwhile, in his Renault Clio. In fact, the second time we've seen this car, which David Garnett brought out the first time. Now Ian in it, car 720 now, as James Hudson records a 49.81 in Volkswagen Golf. Ian Richards' time of 52.04. Wilson goes over the line in his Peugeot 205 car 722 to record a 50.14. We see another of the plethora of Renault Clios in this class. This time it's James Kerr car 721, the car that he is sharing with Dave Warner. Dave did a 51.79 in this car. And a 52.08 for James Kerr. Phil James out there now in the Porsche Cayman. GT4 running in Class A2 for road-going production cars over 2 litres. Bill was telling me at lunchtime he took this car to a tuning specialist recently and very pleased with the results that they achieved with the car. He goes over the line at 49.42. On the aisles there in the Alfa Romeo 4C, the car in which he currently holds the hill record for this class. And he goes over the line in 47.39, so about half a second off is his hill record. Simon Starling is in the Porsche GT3 996 with a 3.6 litre engine in the back. He comes through the S's. It's a modern water-cooled rear-engined Porsche. To the finish line, and because of 51.20 as we switch to John Maycock, car 43, in his 1.8 litre Mazda MX-3. So Mazda continues on its way through into the S's. He's pushing pretty hard in that car as we switch to an older Porsche 911. This is the RS replica 911 with a 2.7 litre engine being driven by Ross McDonald. John Maycock does a 47.00, so quickest in class so far. Time that Ross McDonald can better. We will see in just a moment. I suspect not, to be honest. David Meek now in the Vauxhall VX220 Turbo. As Ross McDonald does a 51.92. David Meek through the S's. For the finish line, and his time a 50.21, so still quickest in the class at the moment is the car of Rodney Isles, the Alfa Romeo 4C. Cratchley, the last car in the class to tackle a hill in the Porsche Cayman S 3.4 litre machine. Crashtree records a 57.34. We see Charles Bolton with his MGB GT with the 3.5 litre Rover engine under the bonnet. Now we see the first of the four-wheel drive road-going production cars, and that is Stephen Moore in his Mitsubishi Evo 6, 2.3 litre turbo-charged engine, and it's a four-wheel drive. Stephen does a 45.82. Well, the car that was arch rival to the Lancer in rallying was the Subaru Impreza. Phil Fisher, number 61, in his Impreza. 2 litre engine in this one. Later on, some Imprezas were 2 and 2.5 litre, 2.2 and 2.5 litre engines. This is still with the original 2 litre capacity. 55.80 for Phil. Then we see the Toyota Yaris GR with the circuit packs and the 1600cc car, but a car that's attracted a lot of very positive reviews. It's not a car I've driven yet, but certainly those who drive them, certainly the vast majority of people have driven wax lyrical about them. And that's a 51.21 for John Fido in that car. Robert Lawrence Gay is in the four-wheel drive Golf 2 litre, Golf R. He heads for the finish line. Does a 51.39 as we see the AMS Matea. Not a particularly common sight on our roads, but the AMS built up in Tyne and Wear, powered by the flat 4 engine out of the Subaru Impreza. And obviously sport in this sports car bodywork. Lawrence is behind the wheel then of the AMS, and he does a 50.82. We're on to Class B, which started with Mark, in fact, in the AMS Matea, and now we have Raymond Law in the Caterham 7 Super Sprint 2 litre car, this derivative of the original Lotus 7. In fact, we're watching Dylan Fletcher at the moment in his motorcycle engined Caterham. Car 767, Raymond Law set a 48.93. Lethbridge is in the 1700cc Caterham 7 as Dylan Fletcher records a 46.83. Around Torres we see Anthony Shearman, his Caterham 310R 1600cc machine. 51 seconds exactly for Peter Lethbridge. Anthony Shearman then tackling the S's in the Caterham 310R. Around semicircle up to the line with a time of 48.78, and then we see the V6 Cup Lotus Exige each 3.5 litre capacity car 71 Robbie Birrell. It's Dylan Fletcher who is quickest in this class so far this afternoon. Maybe through the S's and in the Lotus. See Stephen Garner in the Westfield SEI 2 litre car as Robbie Birrell sets a 47.37, so about half a second back from Dylan Fletcher. Stephen Garner then on his way up the hill in that Westfield. Set a time of 46.93, so just a tenth of a second off the time set by Dylan Fletcher. On the start line is car 74, Tony Adams, in his 2 litre Caterham 7. Away goes the Caterham then off the line. Under the bridge at 66 miles an hour. Into a Tories he goes. Caterham, who I think I'm right in saying went into administration unfortunately a few months ago, and hopefully it is a company that can be saved. It's a key place in the history of small volume production sports cars, shall we say, in Britain. And we would be ashamed to lose it altogether. Semicircle then he goes. Under the finish bar with a time of 49.29. So that's Tony Adams having recorded that 49.29, still the leader with a 46.83 is Peter Lethbridge in the Caterham 7, and in second place with a time of 46.93 is Stephen Garner in the Westfield. Just a short delay whilst our medical unit deal with well, I think it's just a minor accident involving a spectator, unfortunately, but they're on hand to care for spectators as well as for competitors, and we'll be back underway very shortly, I have no doubt. Well, hello to Lee Corbett from Guernsey, who's following Nick Saunders with interest.
We'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our live stream partner for today's British Hill Climb Championship and Cup meeting, Footman James. BHC Cup main sponsors, Footman James, have been at the heart of the classic vehicle movement for over 35 years and provide specialist classic vehicle insurance cover to owners, collectors, restorers and traders. Their classic car and classic bike insurance policies come with show and events cover as standard. Plus, you can tailor your policy to suit your needs with their flexible FJ Plus options. These options have everything from agreed value to track day cover. To find out more, please visit www.footmanjames.co.uk.
I mentioned Nick Saunders just a moment ago with that message from Guernsey. Nick is actually out, of course, in the Rayneck single-seater, 1600 single-seater. So we'll be seeing him again. He's already been out this morning, of course, as has everyone. We'll see Nick again a little bit later on this afternoon.
live in Tewkesbury, so I went to Leighton last weekend. I'm a member of the Monfossil Racing Club, so I'll go and do that and come and race a race. And I'll trial with Australian this year. You know, everywhere.
Well, this minor medical incident is being dealt with. I'm sure it's only a matter of a minute or two. As Bartley says, he's enjoying the coverage from an overcast Plymouth. Well, it's a bit overcast in Prescott as well, if that's any consolation. Thankfully, the rain that we had kind of disrupted our first top 12 runoff this morning has gone, and hopefully will stay away. But the last thing we need is changeable weather conditions during a runoff. Always nice to see an imp. Reminds me of Graham Wright Jr. Yeah, and well, I'm biased because my first ever car was a Hillman Imp, and later on I had a Singer Chamois, the luxury version of the Hillman Imp. Luxury, basically, as far as I could see, meant it had a temperature gauge. My first Hillman Imp had an orange light to warn you that the temperature had gone up, and in effect what it was saying when it came on was, you've just blown your head gasket. But I wouldn't have had anything else when it comes. Certainly I was an Imp man, not a mini man. Thoroughly enjoyed the Hillman Imp when it was going. Well, you can see the competitors there in the paddock, patiently waiting for the action to get back underway, as we all, and obviously medical issues have to take priority, whether it's a competitor, a marshal, a spectator, it doesn't matter. Everyone's health and safety comes first, so just a slight delay and we'll be back underway. So I'll just take a short break for a minute or two. Thomas Parker says, hello, Prescott, enjoying the coverage with Owen and Logan. Well, hi to the three of you. Glad to hear you're enjoying it. And the previous message there complimenting Richard and his team, and I'll endorse that as well. Ian Lambert, enjoying the coverage from sunny France. Says the last time he was at Prescott was 50 years ago, and it rained all day. Hard to believe we never have rain at Prescott, honestly. Trust me, I'm a journalist. But 50 years ago, I'm just thinking, no, I hadn't been here then. But it was a few more years before I got here.
all the photos of the day they drove back. About the furthest we go at the moment, because they're on about trying to do a few further off. With the Monopoly Club, we've got people scattered all around the country. So some of them it's nice and local if they're up Croft or whatever.
You have to try and make it fair for
We went to Thruxton 2 years ago in the middle of looking lockdown. That's a nice track, but because I was with the club, I couldn't go outside and walk around the place to get to other places. We were all separated. Oh, it was absolutely keen down that day as well. Photography, I'd say Silverstone is probably the worst I've ever been to.
Yeah, I've never been there, so yeah.
Well, you're so far away from everything. There's fences and everything. We were there about a month ago.
So this unfortunate incident involving spectators still being dealt with. We will be getting the action back underway as soon as we possibly can. In the meantime, quick reminder for those of you who are here at Prescott that there is a raffle being run by the Link charity. Link supports local blood cancer patients within the NHS. And they've got a stand up by the Bugatti Clubhouse, the Prescott Clubhouse, and they are raffling off an absolutely superb hamper. So if you're anywhere near the clubhouse, drop by their stand and pull together your loose change, buy a raffle ticket, and you might end up with a very, very nice hamper. Link, which stands for the Leukemia and Intensive Chemotherapy Fund, based in Cheltenham at the Cheltenham General Hospital, doing terrific work. And if you can support them, then I would strongly encourage you to do so. Still some more events to come, of course, this year here at Prescott. And next one up, in fact, in 3 weeks' time, I think. Yes, it is. 24th of September. The Vintage Sports Car Club will be back here. They were here back in August when they had a 2-day meet on the shorter course, not taking in the Torres Loop. But they've got a 1-day meet on the 24th of September on the long course, including that loop. And if there aren't enough fabulous cars in the paddock competing in the event, I can promise you there will be some beautiful cars in the car park as well. There always are at VSCC meetings. And then we round things off in terms of hill climbing action with the season finale on the 1st of October. And if you're a Bugatti Owners Club member, then you get free admission. As you do on the 5th of November when Rally Prescott takes place, celebrating the history of rallying. So plenty of action still to come, although we are now into September, still more action to come. I mentioned Bugatti Owners Club, and one of the privileges you get if you become a member is the free admission to many of the events that take place. A lot of other things as well. It's perhaps not as expensive as you might think it would be, and you don't have to own a Bugatti, just as long as you're a Bugatti lover and who isn't, then that is qualification enough to be a member of the Bugatti Owners Club. If you're here today, then you can go along to the Bugatti Owners Club shop and become a member there. If not, then go online to the Prescott HillClimb website or the Bugatti Owners Club website. You'll find more about it there. If you go to the shop, then you will also find a whole range of books, teddy bears, coats, caps, toys, t-shirts, something for everyone, and something for everyone's pocket, all on sale. And the shop will be open until 4 o'clock, so you've got nearly another 2 hours to get along there and find out what they have for you. A new development here at Prescott this season has been the Prescott Stunt School, which is an opportunity for you to try your hand at stunt driving. Stunt Drive UK are running it. That's an organisation that was funded more than 10 years ago now by Alistair Moffat, who is not only the, I think it's now 8 times British Auto Test champion, because he's just won it again for 2022, so congratulations to Alistair Moffat for that. But he also is a multiple record holder in the Guinness World Book of World Records for various driving records that he set. And if you wanted to find out what's involved, you can come along in stunt driving, that is, come along for the stunt school. And you'll start the day with some coffee and bacon rolls and a briefing, and get out in the cars. Lunch comes a little bit later on, then more opportunities to try all sorts of driving techniques, like handbrake turns at high speed, parallel parking at high speed, reverse flicks, and you can even get to drive a classic Mini on 2 wheels. Don't worry, there's a device on the side of it that looks like an overgrown bicycle stabilizer, which means you can't tip the car up, but you can drive on 2 wheels, which, believe me, is a lot of fun. And there's still a couple of dates this year to come for that. Thursday the 6th of October, Thursday the 8th of December. So I'm sure it would make a wonderful early Christmas present for any driving enthusiast. But you can check out how you book on the website www.prescotthillclimb.co.uk. If you want to find out about the company behind the stunt school, then that's www.stuntdriveuk.com. If you'd like to learn more about Alistair and his records and his championships, then it's www.alistairmoffat.com. So check out the stunt driving school here at Prescott. Well, just confirmation once again that our medical team are currently dealing with the incident involving a spectator who has injured their ankle, apparently. As soon as that is dealt with and the medical team are able to focus on the on-track action once again, we'll get the runs back underway. Hopefully that won't be too much longer now. Well, hello back to B and Tom in France. And Tom Parker, we've mentioned just a little while ago, was with Owen and Logan enjoying the coverage. Not quite sure where they are, but they say they're enjoying the coverage from here at Prescott.
So hello again, good afternoon. You've probably heard what's happening, what's going on. It's very unfortunate and it does take time, but the team have to operate operate's the wrong word, have to move very carefully when someone's injured, not to increase the injury. Anyway, I've told you a couple of times about the raffle by the Link charity stand up by the clubhouse, just by the entry to the clubhouse, who are raffling a superb hamper. I've had a look at it and it does look superb. And the draw for this raffle is going to take place at 4 o'clock. So, number one, please do buy tickets. They're £1 each, and it's for a very good cause, which is supporting local blood cancer patients in the NHS. So that's point one. Buy a couple of hundred tickets, so you've got a good chance of winning the raffle. But the draw is going to be at 4 o'clock. And clearly, if you've got a raffle ticket for the hamper, you'll need to be somewhere near so that you know whether you've got a winning ticket, because they might come down and tell me the number of the winning ticket, in which case I can announce it over the speakers. But failing that, if you've got a ticket, I would recommend that you're up there near the clubhouse at 4 o'clock. I also have to apologise because I gave you the wrong information about the Bugatti Trust. I was hoping and saying that it was open today. Sadly, it hasn't been. So I don't know. Well, the Bugatti Trust, of course, is open during the week and welcoming anybody who wants to turn up during the week. And I think I told you that sometime in the coming week, the wonderful Bugatti Type 57S Atlantique, which is one of 3 in the world, is going to depart back to where it's based and going to be replaced by Bugatti themselves. Are lending us a modern Bugatti. I don't think it's a Veyron or a Chiron, but it's probably even better than that. I think I was halfway through telling you about that Atlantique, which got hit by a train on a level crossing and comprehensively smashed up. And French Railways took it under their care for, I think, 10 years, while a whole lot, as you can imagine, of legalities were sorted out. And then, when that was all sorted out, they gave it to the local scrapyard. And that might have been the end of the story, except fortuitously, a local who lived near the scrapyard knew what it was, knew the story, and having inspected the wreckage, reckoned it was just about recoverable. So wisely, he persuaded them either to give him or to sell him the wreckage. This was a Frenchman in that area. And then he spent a long time. Not only did he buy the wreckage, he bought all the salvageable parts that had been taken off the car. So he had virtually all the original car, bent or not. Well, it was mostly bent. And spent, I think, 10 years restoring it and did as good a job as you would expect a non-professional restorer to do. And it was okay. Then wisely, he then sold it to I think a more knowledgeable, or even more knowledgeable, guy with more money, who commissioned another restoration and some improvements to the shape of the bodywork. It is slightly different from the other 2 Atlantiques in that the mudguards, the wings are longer and more swooping, and the tail is slightly different. It's very, very elegant. And that guy kept it for a long time, and then it went to the States relatively recently, maybe in the 60s. And there's a company over in America that are, I mean, probably our people over here won't say so, but they are probably the world's most skillful restorers of Bugattis, and they stripped it down to its component parts and did a complete and perfect rebuild. And then a few years ago, relatively recently, I saw it at Goodwood. It was brought there by a Swiss dealer on behalf of its owner, and shortly afterwards it was sold. And it has recently sold again. It's a deadly secret who the owner is. No one is saying. But the good news is that it is based in this country now. It will appear every now and then. I hope it will be demonstrated. But if you haven't seen it, while it's been here in the Bugatti Trust, maybe if you call in early next week, you might get a parting glimpse of it as it returns to its normal home. But it's been here at Prescott for the last 2 or 3 months, which has been a great treat. So that's the Atlantique. We've got quite a lot of cars still to have their second runs. 1 or 2 have made their way home already. And then, with luck, time permitting and weather permitting, we will have our second British Hill Climb Championship runoff to finish the meeting. So let's have a look at some class times from this morning. Class A1, road-going series production cars up to 2 litres. Storming run by Jonathan Langmead in the Lotus Elise. His time of 48.81 was considerably ahead of Simon Curtin in the Exige, which is interesting because the Exige is the very hot version of the Elise with its fixed hardtop, whereas the Elise 135R, which is the Mark II Elise, is a standard Elise body. Third came James Hudson, a good run in the Golf. Then, of course, the shared Peugeot of the Wilsons, the 205, lots of Renault Clios, and Robin Holden down there in about 10th place in the Mazda Roadster, did a good runs. And was great to see Simon Durling in the Alpine A110 Berlinette, such a pretty car. And I was wrong about the Renault Twingo. I said the version of the Twingo that Tom Mogurossi is competing in was never on the market in this country. Well, it was. The one that was never on the market was the original Twingo. And so a few of those have been imported individually, but none were officially on the market here. But the latest Twingo, the rear-engine one, is on the market. You can buy one if you want to. A2 road-going series production cars over 2 litres. John Maycock, unsurprisingly, in the very hot Mazda, leads the way with a 47-second run, just ahead of Rodney Isles in the Alpha. And John didn't quite match Rodney's record in this class, which I can tell you, I'm busy trying to shuffle through some papers. Hang on. Was, I think, John, I think, was within a tenth or so of Rodney's record. Let's have a look. It's not easy with one hand on the mic switch and the other. Yeah, no, the record was set in the July meeting here, 46.93. Look at that. He was 700ths away from it, John Maycock, from getting it back. So Rodney Isles came second with a 47.39. Philip James was pretty close in the 3.8 litre Cayman with a 49.42. Then David Meek had one excursion into the gravel at Ettores and had to be dug out, but his second run was fine. It was a 50.21. A3 is the road-going series production cars. These are the four-wheel drive ones, aren't they? Won by Stephen Moore in the fantastic Evo 6, 628 horsepower. That drove it up the hill in 45.82. And then Ian Fido in the little Toyota Yaris, the GR, with its circuit pack, which means a roll cage and various other things. But again, a good time, 51.21. And then Robert Lancaster Gay, who has forsaken the Porsche this weekend, and he's pinched the family's shopping car, which by pure chance is a Golf R, did a 51.39. And then Phil Fisher in the Impreza, 55.8. So I think these are the classes that have done 2 runs. Class B, road-going specialist production cars. To tell you the first 3 were Stephen Garner in the Westwood, 46.93. Dylan Flesher did a good run in his Caterham. Then Robbie Birrell in the fearsome Lotus Exige with a V6 Toyota engine supercharged, 47.37. Scrolling down, the battle between Ray Law and Joy Hoyle sharing that Caterham. Raymond did a 48.93. Joyle so far has only had 1 run, a 49.24. So there's still some more to go in that class. And then we've had a few of the Class C mod series production goes up to 1400. So Tim Cotgrove hasn't had a run yet, nor has Peter, his dad, in the nice little Lancia Fulvia, but 4 of our runners in that class have had runs. Phil Tucker with the 48.09. Eric Morey in the amazing Hillman Inc., which you can see on the screen at the moment, 48.76. Andrew Russell in Janetta in 3rd place. So those are the guys who are waiting anxiously in the paddock for their second runs, looking anxiously at the sky. It's spitting, it has been spitting a bit, then every now and then it's blue sky and nice warm sunshine. So we're keeping our fingers very firmly crossed that our second runoff will take place either in pure dry conditions or, if necessary, in full wet conditions. But when it's mixed like it was, it's not funny. In the middle of the screen, Tim Wilson, who runs the British Hill Climb Championship, chatting to Sandra Tomlin. Sandra, of course, driving the big Pilbeam MP97 with its 4-litre Judd, which she has competed in for the last 13 years, and today is, as quite often, is sharing the car with her son. So it's a very social event, hill climbing. The great thing is that classes are parked in the paddock together, so you're in with a bunch of your classmates, as it were, whereas sometimes in circuit racing, you go to the paddock and people are all over the place, and you say, where are your people in your class? And there's one over there, one over there, one over there. It's nice to have the gang together. I think we will be back in action soon. The ambulance has come back down the hill with the poor individual who got injured right up at the top of the hill, and where fate would have it is very difficult to get access or get wheeled access to where the guy was. But it looks as if we will very shortly be kicking off again, and as you can see, it's number 81 ready to go. That's the amazing Vauxhall Nova in the hands of Phil Tucker. Then Eric Moray in the incredible Hillman Imp, modified by himself and producing, I think that he's got that little Climax designed engine in the back of the Imp to churn out something like 180 horsepower, which is just amazing. And you can see by the quivering of the rear window, Perspex rear window, that he's taken every possible bit of weight off it, and it is quite astonishingly quick. In fact, that Hillman Imp currently holds the record in this class. Modified series production cars up to 1400 cc, so the little tiddlers, with a time of 47.17. So our marshals are on the start line. Competitors are very shortly going to be beckoned out of the paddock and up to the start in, I'm told, about 30 seconds. So thank you for your patience. Staring at not much happening on the screen or in person if you're here. Do please keep messages coming. We've shown a few, but the more the merrier. But coming to the line is the amazing AMS Mutaya, number 65, which is John Pick sharing this car with Mark Lawrence. And if you've just joined us, what's this car? Well, it's a monocoque fiberglass body chassis, rather like the original Lotus Elite, but underneath all the mechanicals are Subaru Impreza. So four-wheel drive, as you can tell by the way, it left the start line in 2.11 seconds, which is really quick. What's its speed under the bridge? 67 miles an hour. John Pick, highly experienced. I'm not sure how many of these have been built. I think you buy the body chassis, and then of course you've got to find the Subaru bits and the electrics and wire it all up. So it's probably quite a big job making your AMS Mutaya. But we're watching John Pick at the S's, and he'll be followed by Joy Hoyle sharing with Ray Law the Caterham 7. But let's watch the Mutaya finishing its run, which it does with the time of 49.58. 49.58. Here's Joy, long-time competitor always in Caterhams. You'll remember, if you've been watching hill climbing for a while, I think last year or a couple of years ago, she had her own Caterham, which was pink with blue wings. Joy liked to have a pink car, but now it's British Racing Green sharing with Raymond. Here at Prescott, once a year, we always invite the Formula Student Guys, which is an international competition for universities around the world. And we've got a number of universities in this country. And so a representative is the University of Western England. And this is Jamie?
Yes.
Jamie, you're the boss man, is that right?
I wish I was, yeah. No, I'm currently our new head of aerodynamics in the team. So my role mostly involves doing all the computational fluid dynamics on the car and then building all of mostly our carbon fibre parts for our entire aero package.
Okay. And here's Liv. Her mother calls her Olivia when she's not behaving herself. Olivia, what's your job in the team?
I'm the head of business this year, and I've been involved with the powertrain in previous years.
So is it your job to raise the money?
Well, a little bit, but also to try and do the business presentation. So they have a Dragon's Den style presentation to try and get students used to having to present to investors. Right. And then we have all the social media that we run, trying to get the sponsorship, trying to get the prospectus out. Yeah, that's mostly what I do.
Is there a limit to the amount of money university can spend on this project?
Yes. So some universities fund the teams better than others, but if you can't get your own capital and you can't get manufacturers to give you components, you're going to really struggle to get a car running.
So are you getting much cooperation from British manufacturers?
Yeah.
Yeah, relatively. We've got a few of our sponsors, especially like Life Racing and Easy Composites as well. They help us with a lot of our kind of parts in terms of some of our electronics and our composite materials. But in terms of kind of some of those big manufacturers currently, it's very, very difficult. But in terms of the gain in our performance recently, especially with coming second at the university competition this year, we hope to kind of gain a larger kind of sponsorship.
And third member of the gang is the ace driver. Am I right?
Somewhat ace, yeah. So I was very fortunate to be able to drive this car in competition this year. We also competed in Formula Student Italy amongst some of the phenomenally good, talented teams there. Managed to do 0 to 60 in about 3 seconds, so that's pretty quick for a car that we built.
Is this a new car?
Yes, so we build a new car every year. Right. There are some carryover components such as like the brakes, steering rack, engine particularly. We previously had a plenum, intake plenum, 3D printed in metal by Haita. That's one of the previous sort of big...
Are there lots of restrictive rules?
Yes, so we follow a full rule book. Depending on kind of what country you race at, there's a slightly different rule book. But for the FS UK, there are some restrictions, kind of the engine size. There's also a restrictor to limit the airflow into the engine. You also follow all the aerodynamic rules in kind of terms of the height, width, length of the aerodynamic components. And then there's some smaller rules. There's things like currently for FS UK you can't run fan cars. By that I mean some teams, they will run a fan underneath the car, which essentially sucks the car down onto the floor. So currently for FS UK that's not allowed, but for Germany, for example, it's allowed.
Is the whole team studying engineering at uni?
We're a mix.
We have a couple of students that do product design, and they very much help with a lot of our kind of ancillaries components, a lot of driver systems, things like the steering wheel, kind of some of the electronics in terms of displays and whatnot, and that kind of helps to create ergonomics within the team.
Unlike a lot of other teams, we're a society as well, so we have people from all different walks of studies. So we even have a history student, a product design student, mechanical, aero, automotive, architecture. Anyone that can do CAD is useful.
And do you choose the team members or do they come and choose you?
So because we're a society, anyone can sign up. They just have to pay the joining fee and sign up, but you really get out what you put in.
Okay, so my grandson who's studying media studies at UWE, he can come along and help you with media.
He should join my team. He should come and do all the business and media with us.
I'll tell him to come. Have a great weekend. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Nice talking to you.
We'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our live stream partner for today's British HillClimb Championship and Cup meeting, Footman James. BHC Cup main sponsors, Footman James, have been at the heart of the classic vehicle movement for over 35 years and provide specialist classic vehicle insurance cover to owners, collectors, restorers and traders. Their classic car and classic bike insurance policies come with show and events cover as standard. Plus, You can tailor your policy to suit your needs with their flexible FJ Plus options. These options have everything from agreed value to track day cover. To find out more, please visit www.footmanjames.co.uk.
So we apologise for this long pause. You probably saw Jonathan Flesher straight on in the S's. So, and obviously while the recovery is taking place, we don't comment on what's going on. But Tim Higgins, who's been stopped on the hill for quite a while, has finally been sent back to the paddock. And you probably saw a glimpse there of Flesher's car being hoisted. So it'll take a few minutes to get that onto the trailer and out of the way to enable us to restart again. But make a nice cup of tea and we'll be back as soon as we possibly can. Great things about the British Hill Climb Championship is the appearance on the scene of some young hot shoes, some younger than others, but Alex Summers is currently lying second in the listings, and Matthew Ryder's come along, first season in a very, very quick car, and topped the times in 2 Hill Climb Championship meetings. So it's a great development of the hill climbing being attractive to young drivers, because it's always been seen as a rather middle-aged sport. But you're not middle-aged yet, are you?
No. Hopefully not quite yet. Anyway, yeah, it's been a really good year so far. It's been nice to have a go in the big car and start getting a little bit close to some of these guys who've been doing it a few years longer than me. So yeah, so far so good.
Has it taken a while to get used to the power and the power to weight ratio, particularly of the Gould?
Not particularly. Obviously, having had a go in some of the slightly smaller cars for a few years beforehand, I think it is a step up. And I think the first time I got in the car, I thought, my God, how's my neck going to manage all this every weekend? It is surprising, but I think you adapt to it quite quickly. And after a few weekends, it feels like that's the norm. Really, you get into a bit of a groove with it.
Normally, you think, my God, this thing's powerful, and then after a few weeks, you say, I need more power.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, you never say no to a bit more power, or a bit less weight, do you? But
that's what Alex is saying. Need more power.
It would be nice. No, I mean we've obviously enjoyed watching Matt this year. It's been brilliant, and as you say, it's nice to see fresh talent coming through. Obviously, we've got Warby, you, me. We're Club 1831 at the moment. Jack's come along in the Talara as well. So it's. I mean, I've said it before. I think it's a really healthy period that we have in the sport. It's great to have a 6-time champion, like the greatest of all time statistically, and some new guys, and everyone's having a good old ding dong every weekend. So no, it's been brilliant for Matt. I was upset with myself at Shelsley, but weirdly and in a nice way, it was offset by the fact that, like, you know, it's nice to see someone else get that at that time and have a good old pop at the record as well.
Matthew, you've got a Judd 4-litre engine pushing you along, and Alex, you've got only 2.65. So it strikes me, I might be completely wrong, that the Judd is much easier to get off the line.
I'm not sure about getting off the line. I think it's probably maybe a little bit more punch when it gets going, perhaps. I think if you look at the start times, I think Wallace and Alex are certainly quicker off the line every time than us at the moment. There's something in the launch control systems maybe, or maybe my right foot, I'm not sure. But I don't think we're quite there on the starts actually just yet.
But Alex, for you, is it a very fine line between too much wheel spin and stalling the engine?
No, paradoxically it's not. This has got a very, very short first gear, this car. So in terms of rear wheel torque off the start line, we're probably a lot more than the Gould. So this has got a 58 mile an hour first gear, and yours is probably 80 something.
Yeah.
So you're snatching second after 2 seconds.
I mean, that is the comment that people make. It sounds like the rev limiter going up the straights, bah, 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 like that. And I just throw gears at it. But we've got a smaller engine, but we've got a heavier gearbox, but it does have drop gears and it's got various different things, so we can be very precise with the start. So I don't really have too many issues, he said, with that. I think what Matt's going through, and we were talking about it just before you came over, was it's time with the systems, times in the car that he lacks this year is finessing those things. And it's usually a calibration in the car that, you know, a bit more revs, or, you know, you maybe throw a lower gear at it at some point when you can, and try these things. So no, this one's fine. I mean, I think this probably actually makes more power than the Judd, but for a
narrow rev band.
Yeah, it makes peak power between 13 and 15,000 RPM.
Whereas the Judd pulls from what, 7 or 8?
Much lower down, yeah, probably half that.
We're threatened with rain tomorrow. Does that level the field in terms of engine power?
Yeah, I think so. I think when we were in the smaller classes, we would have prayed for rain. Maybe a little bit less so now. You lose some of that advantage. But I love driving in the wet. I think it's great fun. I think it's nice. It's always mixes things up a little bit. You get to try something different, and it makes it a little bit less of the same people always at the top. So yeah, I'm quite looking forward to it, really.
Well, we're not.
well, maybe not. Maybe not so good for spectators, but a good spectacle to watch, probably even more so.
Well, guys, have a great weekend. It's been a brilliant season.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you. Have a good day.
So rapidly sweeping the track, getting it ready to restart. Clark, of course, back down the hill in her Mini. So red flags coming in. And our next car up the hill has been waiting patiently for a long time. I think will be Phil Tucker in the Vauxhall Nova, and then it may be the Opel Tigra of Ian Sargent, but we'll see. It's not the Mini, that's not going to compete, that's our Clark of the course. And then we've got this amazing Hillman Imp record holder, which is indecently rapid for a little Imp. The Imp was a great example of the penalty of letting governments interfere with commercial and industrial decisions on things like car building, because the Imp was designed to compete with the Mini, and the Roots Group, who owned Hillman at the time, had a good team on the design team, and they one of the leading designers there was Mike Parks, who went on to be a works Ferrari driver both in sports racing cars and in Formula One. And the Imp, they decided, should have a rear engine and swing axle front suspension, because being rear engine, they didn't want it to oversteer, so the tendency was that it always understeered like crazy. And the Imp was assembled up in Scotland, I think Bathgate, and the government decided that to aid Scottish industry and employment, Imps should be assembled up there. The trouble was the bodies came from Coventry, all sorts of components came from the Midlands, and so poor old Roots Group were endlessly sending by train things up and down to Scotland by train, adding ludicrously to the cost of the car. And quality control wasn't brilliant, because the guys up in Scotland hadn't built cars before, and the result was, sadly, the Imp very quickly got a reputation for unreliability. As an example, the early Imps, there wasn't a throttle cable between the accelerator pedal and the carburetor at the back of the car. They decided in their wisdom to have an air tube, so connected a bubble underneath the accelerator pedal to a bubble attached to the carburetor, and as you pressed the accelerator pedal, the air was meant to deflate, or not deflate, but travel from the bubble under the accelerator pedal back to the carburetor and open the carburetor. Surprise, 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 it didn't really work. So very quickly they decided this wasn't a good idea, and had a normal cable from the accelerator pedal to the carburetor. But that was an example of some of the crazy things designed into and not corrected by for the Imp. Very quickly it was discovered that the only way to make it handle properly, because it understeered like crazy with that swing axle front suspension, was to have a bag of cement in the bonnet at the front, and that improved things a bit, but didn't do much for the acceleration. So all in all, it was a bit of a disaster and cost Roots Group a huge amount of money. The one masterpiece in it was the little engine, which was a all aluminium, very lightweight engine, designed by Coventry Climax, I think built, manufactured by Roots Group in their factory in the Midlands. So it was a little jewel of an engine, which is why it's still being used in various cars, both racing cars and sports cars. A great example being the Ginetta G15 of Andrew Russell, which we always see at Prescott and Chelsea and other hill climbs. In the foreground is the little Opel Tigra. And you'll know that there was a Vauxhall version of this car built, of course, by Opel in Germany, I think, Rüsselsheim probably, and it had a huge wraparound rear window, which must have weighed a lot. So the Ian Sargent has chucked that, well, I won't say chucked it away, taken it out and replaced it with a little lightweight Perspex window and probably fiberglass surrounds to it, so saved a huge amount of weight. But it was a nice little, dinky little sports car, the Tigra. And in the distance, the blue car, of course, is this amazing Vauxhall Nova, which was a nice, sensible shopping car from Vauxhall. But when Phil Tucker got hold of it, he converted it into an extremely rapid hill climb car. So he's taken as much weight out of it as possible. And it's only a 1400cc engine. He's got as much power out of that as possible. So we've got some interesting cars in Class C2, modified series production cars up to 1400cc. They include Andy Russell in the Ginetta. They include the Cotgroves, father and son, in the Lancia Fulvia Rally. With its intriguing little V4 engine, which is a tiny little square engine. Lancia introduced the V4 engine with their, in the 20s, with their Lancia Lambda sports touring car, which was revolutionary in many ways. It didn't have the traditional steel chassis. It had effectively a monocoque subframe with a body on top, all metal. It had the famous sliding pillar front suspension, like Morgan have had from the year dot up until about last year, and this V4 engine. And Lancias, both pre-war and for a while post-war, tended to have the same three systems: the sliding pillar front suspension, the V4 engine, and of course a monocoque body chassis. Lancia is now part of the Stellantis group, which has become the biggest European motor manufacturer, with all the Vauxhall range, the Opel range, Citroën, Fiat, Alfa Romeo, and of course Lancia. And poor Lancia, for the last 20 years, has really sort of been in the doldrums. You remember in the 70s, the time of the Beta and the Fulvia and so on, Lancia was riding high, and then for some reason in the Fiat group it was pretty much neglected, and they ended up with one rather ugly little car called the Lancia Ypsilon, I think. But Stellantis, the boss of Stellantis, sensibly has decided roles for the various brands that he's got in the group. Alfa Romeo going to be focused on performance and sporty cars, and there's scheduled to be, or rumoured to be, a very pretty little new Alfa Romeo two-seater due in about 2 or 3 years' time. But Lancia is going to be the luxury brand, not necessarily big cars, but comfortable cars appealing to people with plenty of money, but who appreciate comfort and style. And that makes a lot of sense. And then, of course, Vauxhall are already coming out with some much more interesting cars than they used to have when they were part of General Motors. Citroën has a role as rather exotic French cars, sort of recalling the days of the DS19, DS21, so particularly for style and comfort. Fiat will be Fiat and probably focus on baby cars, the 500, and particularly electric. So it's really interesting what's going on in the Stellantis group. We'll see the outcome over the next few years. I had the privilege of interviewing the boss of Alfa Romeo UK down at Goodwood Festival of Speed. He was really interesting, about the plans for that brand. And as a long-time Alfa Romeo owner, really enthusiastic to see that Stellantis envisage a very important role for Alfa Romeo and for Lancia. End of sermon. Told there's a slight extra delay to do with the medical team, but with luck we'll be underway pretty soon. Bartley, a message. How easy is it to run a car and compete in these hill climbs? Do you need a racing license, for example? Well, the answer is it's easy, and you need a speed license. And once you've got an appropriate car, there are various rules about the modifications to the car to make them eligible for hill climbs, to make them safe. For example, you have to have a timing strut at the front, but you can run a standard road car in Class 1. So the answer, Bartley, is it's easy, it's fun, get involved. Tom again, reading it from France. Could you say bonjour? Bonjour mes amis, ça va? Je suis désolé que nous n'avons pas beaucoup d'action sur l'écran, but I hope you're watching and enjoying it. But for the French people who don't speak English, bonjour. Well, we all do. Kev, love Prescott. It is the most glorious countryside. It's a lovely setting. It's in a little valley in the Cotswold Hills. Beautiful countryside all round. And it's a garden party. I think I said at the vintage meeting, it's a garden party with a bit of motor racing to annoy you in the background, but particularly the vintage meeting is a real garden party, and one of the treats is having your champagne on the running board of your Silver Ghost. In fact, the car park at Prescott for the vintage meeting, you could spend all day there looking at the incredible array of vintage cars that turn up. Somebody sent a message last year saying, why have we got a mirror to look under the car on the start line? Are we looking for bombs? And luckily we're not looking for bombs. It's not a mirror, it's a chock, because of course drivers take the handbrake off. It's a bit of a slope, so as you can see, Tim Mulvane is putting the chock behind the rear wheels and wiggling it a bit to get it lined up with the starting beam. And this is not Phil Tucker in the Vauxhall Nova. This is number 75. We're back in the class. It's Tim Higgins in his 2-litre Westfield, and you'll know that poor Tim was stuck halfway up the hill for a long time while the Flesher Westfield was recovered. The Nova has now arrived on the start line, but we'll focus on Tim Higgins in this very smart Westfield in McLaren called the colour papaya. It's a traditional McLaren colour. Do you remember Can-Am in the States? Bruce McLaren and Denny Hume, the Bruce and Denny show in their McLaren Can-Am cars. Tim Higgins finishes with a 50.39. Here's the Vauxhall Nova in the hands of Phil Tucker, and we must also watch Eric Murray's Imp, which has rocketed off the line. Remember, he's the record holder here in this class. Phil Tucker might well threaten it. He was very close to it yesterday. We'll catch his time, but Eric's record is 47.17. Phil did 47.85, so 6 or 7 tenths outside the record. Can Eric lower his own record? Look at the way he can chuck it through and out of the S's. No trace of understeer there, rather the reverse. So 47.17. No, it's a 48.67. So second and a half outside the record. On the line, Andrew Russell in the venerable and honourable Ginetta G15 with its Imp engine, but he's preceded by the Opel Tigra of Ian Sargent. Record not under threat, I don't think, from Ian, but he's enjoying the run up. Prescott, Andy Russell, the Imp engine in the Ginetta sounding terrific. Ian's time 54.8, but let's focus for the time being on Andy Russell. I don't know the degree to which he's developed this car over the last 20-25 years, but it certainly could pretty much drive itself up all these hills, nose them backwards. Well, no, I wouldn't say nose them backwards, that would be unfair. But you can see the precision with which Andrew slides the car out of Tom Road corner, getting the power down as early as he possibly can. Imp engine in the back at a time of 50.62. Porsche, Peter Turnbull, lots of power from the 3.6 litre engine in the 997 Cup. And Peter's running in class C3, modified series production cars over 2 litres, which has got some serious competition in it, and the record is held by Paul Howells, who is here with the RSR with a time of 43.93. Peter 46.62. This very rapid Ford Escort of Simon Braithwaite with the RS 1600 and the flared wheel arches. This was such a successful car, the Escort Mark I, both road going and competition. 50.69. Andy Fraser, of course, sharing the 4.3 litre. Ignore what it says on the screen. Aston Martin Vantage V8. Treating the Armco with great respect in the S's. And they've been developing this car for a while. It's getting quicker and quicker. 49.26. Here's Richard Jones in the Porsche 911, early Porsche 911. From the mid-70s, El Reg, early 70s actually. Now remember, the 911 was launched, I think, in 1963, was it? And it's amazing to think developments of the 911 are still a leading car for Porsche. Richard, 49.6. Richard Price, Caterham 7 with a Hayabusa engine. So ultra light, ultra quick. What's his finishing time? 42.92. Record in this class 41.18 to Ash Mason. Because this is Ash, our record holder here in the Westfield, which he's been developing for a while. 41.24 for Ash. 41.24, just a fraction outside his own record. On the line is Andrew Griffiths, and he, for some reason, is going to have to retreat, or he's being held on the line. Is there a leak from underneath? And he's being encouraged to take the car back. Now, for some reason, we might find out why, Andrew Griffiths has been retreated from the line, making way for either Oliver Wright or Anna May Furness in the Radical Club Sport. The purpley green car at the back there behind the pre-start line. Okay, there's good and bad news from the Caterham. It's not a leak, that's the good news. The bad news is there's something wrong mechanically, which is why it's had to retreat from the line. Here comes the Radical. This is 915, which is Oliver Wright. Ollie Wright, sharing with Anna May Furness in the Radical. Radicals have been such a success, all sorts of race series all over the world, and this is the Club Sport, which is probably the gentlest version, but Ollie had a rather hesitant start, which has cost him a second or so. So on his way up to Pardon, last minute late braking for Pardon, whips it round Pardon nice and quickly. Let's watch his progress in the S's, absolutely inch perfect. Slides a bit, which will have cost him a little bit, a tenth maybe, as he tried to get the power down early through Tom Rope Corner and records a time of 45.27. Here's the interesting silver ride to Martin Watts with its 1 litre bike engine behind the driver. Silver made all sorts of different kit cars, components, front engine, rear engine, 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive, but this is a very effective machine. Road registered, road legal, well, sort of legal, and heading for the finish. Mark Puddle took off from the start and then hesitated, and the car almost stopped. 44.73 for Martin Watts. So poor old Mark had a terrible start, 4.37 for 64 feet, and then it still didn't pick up its skirts and go, so he will probably want to forget this run. And yeah, look, it's not right. It's not happy at all. So let's hope Mark is able to puddle it up to the top of the hill. We don't want any more delays, please. So it may be a transmission problem. At least it's motoring up to the top of the hill under its own power, but Robin Nicholson in the lovely Mark 20 Malak is held on the line and leaves the line now with a 2.24, 64 feet, which is excellent. 74 miles an hour after the bridge. This car has been hill climbed by all sorts of people over the years. The Ward family, father and 2 sons, campaigned it for a number of years. It's always been immaculate, and it's a tribute to Robin Nicholson and his late partner to have prepared the car so beautifully. Oh dear! I thought it was going to dive into the armco on the left, but no. He's recorded a 46.71. Uphill Bob Penrose in the amazing Pilbeam MP92 with its 7.3 litre Chevrolet engine, producing something like 730 horsepower, which was built for hill climbing along the lines of the LMP2 cars that Mike Pilbeam built from them all, but they had space frames. This one's got a carbon fibre monocoque, so it's much safer. And Bob and Robert Penrose have acquired this car for this year, and so it's taking a bit of getting used to. but finishes with a 47.27. Now, for lots of people, their favourite car, the immaculate Morris Mini Evo, mostly Evo front, Evo back, sort of mini body. I think the only really mini bit of it is the door handles, the door hinges even. But it's fun and it's quick and it's 44.77. Now here's Mike Luck. Beautifully prepared and developed TVR Chimera. Almost oversteered over to the left-hand side of the hill after S's, but gathered it together, and it's a 46.1. Here's Graham Lokes with the Lola, built for Sports 2000, which was a series, crikey, 30 years ago, maybe 40 years ago. Then it was HillClimb with all sorts of funny engines. Graham Lokes bought it engineless, but managed to extract this very special Porsche 3.2 litre flat six, I think from Terry Davis. I think Terry had it in a Nomad sports racing car, but Graham was very lucky to get this engine and has enjoyed it for a long time. Here's Tim Painter sharing, as you know, the Vauxhall Vantage GT4. It's not really a GT4, it's developing way beyond that in terms of lightness and power. They've corrected the screen. It didn't announce it as a 4.7 litre, but it's quite rightly it's a 4.3 litre V8. So we'll keep an eye on the clock for Tim Painter, but in the meantime we've got Tom Price quickly into and out of Torres, Caterham 7 with a Hayabusa engine. Time for Tim, 48.74. I think it was 8 or 9 years ago when Caterham's and Westfield started to appear with powerful motorbike engines, very light engines of course. They had to sort out the transmission because in the bike it would be chain drive. Time for Tom Price, 42.08. He's followed by Demis Bissell in the Nemesis. Tom Price, good run, 42.08. And now it is Anime Furness in the Radical, taking over from Ollie. So it's usually pretty much a needle match between Anime and Oliver. She's driving nicely, nice and quick and neat, tidy through the S's. And records a respectable, good time, 46.95. Now Richard Weaver, really enjoying and getting the hang of this Empire Evo. Middle of the season, he was slightly worried about it, not really as happy as he could be, but since then, he and Tom have told me he's much happier with it. Tom is a bit quicker, having indeed won FTD at Harewood Hill Climb a couple of weeks ago. So it's a close battle between father and son. This is Dad, who you remember driving the truck at Chelsea, scooping up cars that have gone horribly wrong. 42.44 for Richard, followed by Pete Tatham. Richard's time 42.44. So unless we get rain before the runoff, I don't think these guys are likely to qualify for the second runoff, which takes place when the class runs are all finished. And the Bugattis have had their run, haven't they? So we won't be seeing the Bugattis again. Pete takes a very late entry into Tom Road Corner at the exit to the S's. Slight understeer around semicircle, but it's a 41.38. Richard Summers sharing the DJ Firehawk 1100 with Debbie Summers, his daughter-in-law. And it's a good needle match between the two. What can Debbie do? She can do a 40.27. Behind her is Ben Fisher. Here he is in the 1 litre OMS Hornet. What can Ben do? He won't threaten the record which is held by Robert Kenrick in the amazing Raptor, which was a 36.97. I think that's unlikely to come into threat today, but Richard does a 40.27. Rob Clark heading towards the finish, going around semicircle now. It'll be in the low 40s. It is, it's a 41.73. And he's followed by Richard Walker in a fairly early carbon fibre version of the OMS. Again with the 1 litre, probably Hayabusa, possibly Fireblade. Early power out of top rope corner, threatens to push the car a bit sideways, but no dramas. In fact, a bit of a slide for Martin Turner in Torres. Time for Richard Walker, 42.93. I think Martin is quite new to this Empire Evo, but if he is, he's really getting a handle on it. And achieves a respectable time of 42.98. We're watching Harry Pick in the OMS, Space Frame OMS. 1 litre engine, of course. We're in the 1 litre class, or the 1100cc class. Not many OMSs had this air intake at the, what we call a NASA duct at the front of the nose cone. 39.49 on the line. Richard Matosian in the X. Robert Kenrick, GWR Raptor. So this is the car that holds the record, but it's relatively new to Richard. He was complaining that the engine had a bit of a misfire this morning. Sounded okay going off the line, but he didn't look happy, and he's actually not going quick at all. So I fear that Richard might stop. I hope he's able to struggle up to the top of the hill. That is a shame. It's a BMW engine in the back that is not happy. Let's hope Nigel Pitt doesn't get red flagged for fear of running into the back of Richard's Raptor, but I think he will probably get there in time, not to be a problem. But he is still running. No, he's got through the finish, time we won't mention, so Nigel Pitt well clear. He'll get through the finishing and up to the return road. What will his time be? Wow, 40.88. Excellent run. 83 at Bridge. Clive Austin in the Empire Wraith with its new and rebuilt engine going fine. But having had most of a year off from driving this car with engine troubles a couple of years ago, Clive's got to dial himself back in, almost overcooks it at the first S, so that might have cost him a couple of tenths. And in fact, Clive has slowed right down, knowing that that slight whoopsie at S's would have wrecked his time. So it's a 47.04. Clive will want to forget. Here's Mark Schlanker in the golden Force HC. Suzuki powered. Force, such a success, a force to be reckoned with up in the Peak District of Derbyshire. Mark has slowed right down, in fact. Oh, Mark Schlanker, look, yes, he slowed right down and he hasn't made it to the finish. That's a shame, which means that James Moore got as far as the S's, but will be turned around, I think, and sent back down the hill. Or he might, if we can get Mark moving, he might be encouraged to drive slowly up to the finish. In the meantime, Robert Penrose is stopped on the line in the Pilbeam MP92. So it looks as if we saw Clive Austin going slowly round a semicircle. Apparently he stopped just before the finishing line. Red flags came out and then he got going again, but the two cars behind him got red flagged. That's Mark Schlanker and James Moore, but now they've been able to start up again and complete their runs. So the track is now clear for Robert Penrose to fire up. Oh, having said which, the ambulance is resuming its traditional place at the S's, so Robert is held a bit more, having a chat to Dad. Bob saying, "Now you be careful, my son." Remember this car, carbon fibre tub, but bodywork along the lines of the MP92s that Mike Pilbeam built for LMP at Le Mans, where they would probably have had a 4-litre Judd engine, but this 92 in the hands of the Penroses decided, or the owner of the car before they bought it, decided it'd be much more sensible to have a big under-stressed Chevy engine. Well, you can't be much less stressed than a 730 horsepower Chevy V8. Dad plugs the battery in, removes it, makes a lovely growly sound. All that capacity, all that power. And Robert takes off fairly gently, 2.5 for the 64 feet, which has cost him a bit of speed at bridge, only 69. Engine smoking a bit, but that's okay. If you've got 7.3 litres and 730 horsepower, Prescott must seem very small. We saw Richard Weaver earlier doing a good run around the 42nd mark. His son Tom has just left the start line. We'll see him in a second or two. There he is. And we'll keep an eye on Robert Penrose's time. 48.91. Yes, it's slower than before. He was in the 47s before. But here's Tom. And we talked about our up-and-coming young hot shoes yesterday, like Matthew Ryder. And Tom is definitely one of those. because he won the hill climb at Harewood a couple of weeks ago, got the fastest time of day, walked away with some nice trophies, but more than that, the experience of achieving best time of day is one to savour. 42.23 for Tom. What did David Tatham do, sharing the OMS with brother Peter? Peter's working on having a new car for next year. Interesting, that bump on the way into Tom Road Corner and how it kicks up the front wheels of many cars. 39.49 doesn't seem to cost them any grip. That's a good run by Dave, actually. 39.49. Is this Richard Summers? I thought we'd seen Richard, or was it Debbie we saw before? It was Debbie, wasn't it? So, patron of the Summers hill climbing dynasty. Yeah, I thought it was Debbie. Her time is a 40.21. Here's Mark Schlanker, who got red flag just now. So he gets another go at taking the car off the start line. 2.14 is a pretty good time for the first 64 feet. We've only got 1 litre of engine capacity. And equally, James Moore, who was also red flagged, he's set off. We'll keep an eye on Mark as he nears the finish and records a 42.44. Click to James in the Empire. Bill Chaplin's Empire. Really wide entry and understeers like crazy through Tom Road Corner, which might have cost James a tenth or 3, but it's a 42.08. Yeah, I think he would have been quicker. Now Caroline Ryder in the Formula Ford Van Diemen. She's going fine, and Les Buck brings the venerable Pringet Mistral up to the start line, but we'll focus on Caroline for the time being. Great wide track, narrow body, typical Formula Ford of the late 80s. Got a caption problem. On the line is in fact Les Buck. Oh no, I beg their pardon. It's Steve Morgan up in the S's, and then Les Buck has just left the line in the Pringet Mistral. Hugs the inside line and semicircle for Steve, 49.82. What did Caroline do? 48.94. So she's leading the Formula Fords at the moment. Here's Les Buck in the Pringet. They built 17 of them. Most of them went to driving schools, which probably wrote off the majority of them. And Les believes that this one is the only one currently running in the UK. Might be one in the Channel Islands and one in Germany. But it's a well-made chassis. It's lots of quality there. 49.74. Liam Cooper, husband of the husband and wife Cooper team, in the Fiat mint green Force TA, which Livia told me if it gets spattered with mud, they call it a mint choc chip. So Liam 40.37. This is Stuart Sugden in the GWR Raptor, he qualified for the runoff, didn't he? And finished up halfway up the field, so he's had an entertaining day. He won't be praying for rain, I'm sure. Nevertheless, to qualify is extremely... what's the word I'm looking for? Successful, honourable. And it's a 38.92, could qualify. Andrew Greener in the Evo, sharing of course with Adam, would love to qualify. Just look at Andy's time, and then I'll hand over to Peter. I promise Peter should commentate on the class of large racing cars, and then on the classics, and then it'll be the runoff. So over to Peter.
Well, many thanks to Chris there. He'll be back with us for the runoffs a little bit later on. But meanwhile, on the hill at the moment, we see Steve Marr in that GWR Raptor 2, in fact, 1600cc car. He does a 43.84. And then we switch to the Gould GR59, the 1600cc version of Alan Warburton, number 709. Safely out of Pardon. I think the hill may be getting just a little bit damp again, unfortunately. So, that could well impact on time. There's definitely something falling, I'm afraid. But at least it means, hopefully, that by the time we get the runoffs, conditions will be similar for everybody. That's the ideal. The ideal is dry, but if it's wet, yes, it might be an issue though for some of the big, because they still have to qualify to get into that top 12, of course, so that could be an issue for them. It's Dan Gumley in the Force TA 1600 going around there. His time in his heat earlier today was a 38.26, so he's definitely going to be slower on this run, so the conditions, I think we can safely say, are deteriorating, as he does a 47.29, so that's about 9 seconds slower than he was this morning. Gary Hill is on the hill now in the OMS 2000M, car number 174. Gary did a 41.00 before lunch. But again, still just coming through the S's, and he seems to have backed right off, in fact, as he goes around semicircle, and you can see some spray coming off the tyres by the looks of it. Conditions are deteriorating. 50.47, so again he loses the best part of 10 seconds on his first run. Nick Saunders, one of our Facebook followers, was keen to watch in the Rainick single-seater 1600, car 177. So yeah, definitely conditions are significantly slower, as we can see. Nick there taking it very easily, 39.16 this morning and 52.82 this afternoon. Rob Amsterdam looking cautious around Tories, which is perfectly understandable in these conditions, but this could give us a very unusual lineup for the top 12 run-out. We'll wait and see. We'll get that from the timekeepers as soon as everybody's completed a run. We've then got a couple of demonstration runs once again from the funnel student cars, and then we will have have that runoff to round things off for the day, the all-important one. Rob Amscombe there in the Empire Evo. Again, over 10 seconds down on his morning run as we switch back to Alex Scholes in the Van Diemen RF86, the Formula Ford car. Alex at 47.75 earlier. A bit wide down on the last part of the S's. Comes on, well, we can see, if we had any doubts at all, you can see the rain falling in that shot there very clearly, 52.22. So he doesn't lose as much time as some of the cars have. He's lost about 4.5 seconds compared to this morning. Tom Morgan in the slightly newer Formula 4, the Van Diemen RF89, so 3 years younger than Alex's car number 958. So the time he set earlier was at 49.27, and he's going to be well shy of that again. Meanwhile, we see Olivia Cooper in that Force TA car 969. The car she shares with Liam Cooper, and a bit of a moment there for Olivia. And see the replay of that. And, well, I think a bit of a moment might be the understatement there. That was quite a moment for her. I'm sure she has eased off well significantly now. As she comes out of the S's, and Olivia not going to get close to her 39-second morning run, 39.26, so 17 seconds down on her morning run. But just coming up to the line, it's Leslie Much, I think, 970 in the GWR Raptor 01. Gets the car fired up, tries to get some heat into those tyres. Still running on slicks at the moment on the P0s. So we're still in the 11 to 1600cc category. That is a very gentle getaway for the Raptor. Again, it's the academic reading. It was a 38.88 that Leslie's set this morning, and this is going to be a lot slower. About 15 seconds in the end. As up to the line comes 986. This is we switch now to the 1601 to 2000cc normally aspirated racing cars. This is Trisha Davis in the Reynard 913, the former Formula 3 car. But, with a 2-litre V8 powering it now. And away she goes, having some trouble by the looks of getting the power down. Well, she's picking up debris by the looks off the line. Hopefully it's nothing too important. As she comes up to around the hairpin. No problems with that little left-hand kink, which we saw almost catch one of our drivers out just a moment ago. Then it's around park. Very twitchy out of the hairpin there. Up through midway into the S's. Yeah, it's got a few people out today. And the S's, this is a, well, I'm almost tempted to describe it as a non-shot, but it doesn't feel like that here on these back conditions. 54.55. So away now goes Adam Greenham, car 171, moving back into the up to 1600 category, the Empire Evo 3. Adam did a sub 40-second run this morning. He is through midway into the S's. Cleanly out of the S's. He's already over the 40-second mark. And actually to a 47.39. So not losing quite as much time as some of the drivers have, but still well down on his morning time. Ian Tucker, 187 in the OMS 28, is out there now and heading up towards Pardon. Goes through midway. He's into semicircle, but meanwhile we see Michael Tregoning, the Pilbeam M88, which is a machine. Pilbeams that were very much the car to have. Just, it feels like a few years back. It's probably a bit more than a few years now. It's very gingerly out of Pardon, still twitching a bit in that Pilbeam. Michael's time of 42.81 this morning, a 54.83 this afternoon. As Jonathan Varley heads around and out of Ettores and through Pardon. Done one of the quicker runs. Oh, one gets very, very out of shape there. And the S's, one of the quicker runners this morning with a 37.69, and he's dropped about 8 seconds as a twitchy Einan Price, a Welshman making his way into Pardon Force TA 1720cc machine. Will the S's catch him out? Well, a bit of a twitch out there, but not quite as violent as Jonathan Varley's. He's around, his head shaking there in the cockpit as he goes over the line. Does a 43.53, which is, I think it's fair to say, quite a respectable time in these very challenging conditions. It's about 5 seconds, just about 5 seconds down on his morning run, which is spreading there in the Raptor. 972. Up to 1600cc category. Better 37 seconds. Isn't why I say look, it's better. It's not going to happen, frankly. David Warburton there is on track now. GR59. Richard spread in its time of 43.89. So again, closer to his morning time than some people. Maybe conditions are improving just slightly, I'm not sure. But car 9, David Warburton, certainly down on time by the looks of it. And David does a 46.05. So that's again about 9 seconds slower than he was able to achieve this morning. Should we wait for the next car to come up to the line? Just just removing the wrapping off the tyres, which is one of the last jobs they do. So coming up the line, and it is car 204, Kelvin Broad, in the forced induction Force TA 1300cc engine. It was under the 40-second barrier this morning. We can safely predict he won't be this afternoon, but what can he do? Can he get a time in that's good enough to get him into the top 12 runoff? Start, and it is quicker off the line than some of the cars we've seen in the last few minutes. He's into Torres now, and away he goes on the left hand wing up to Harden, turns into the left hand hairpin, powers out there, hangs the tail out just a little bit, but all under control through midway on into the S's. Looks like he's taking it just a little bit carefully through there. Doesn't try to get the power down too quickly on the exit. He's into semicircle. And the time will be a 44.90, which in the conditions I think is a fairly reasonable time to set. Next up it is 205 John Chalmers in the what was originally a Rolt Formula 3 car, but now with that turbocharged 1420cc engine behind him. 90 miles an hour under the bridge, not bad going at all. Cleanly around the Torres, up towards Pardon, into Pardon. Cleanly out of there as well. Is on around semicircle. The time a 48.43 then for John Chalmers, 8 seconds down on his morning time. Paul Haynes, the last of the forced induction single seaters, car number 7 in the Gould GR59, but he stalls it. Well, he didn't actually stall it, in fact he's kept the engine running, but bit of a jump there, but he didn't put the back wheels over the start line, so he's able to move back onto the line and have another go. So we wait again, the revs rise, and this time he does stall it. Still doesn't go over the line really, but he's obviously having considerable problems getting that car off the line. He's got it fired back up. Into gear it goes. Revs rise again. And this time with a certain amount of wheel speed he does get it away from the line. Under the bridge at 98 miles an hour, which is good going really after and around the Torres. Slightly wide on the exit, but significant. Into Pardon. Again, wide out of Pardon, but keeps it straight, no twitches there. Through midway into the S's. On up towards semicircle. This looks like it could be a fairly respectable one under conditions, because it is a 42.62. That I think is safe to say is a good time in these current conditions. It's less than 5 seconds slower than he was this morning. Terry Davis is up there now in the Reynard car. The 91, car number 186. Slower under the bridge, 69 miles an hour. Through the park. On into midway. And then into the S's. Left then right. Hangs the tail out a little bit opposite lot. Very twitchy into the start of semicircle. He's around there. Not going to be that fast. 47.85 for Terry Davis. As Andrew Coley sits on the line in the Gould GR55 with a 2.5 litre engine. V6 Cosworth engine, as it says on the airbox behind his head. And away he goes, pretty good off the line there. To 2.72 and 84 miles an hour. Right-hand curve, semicircle, up to the line, and it's 47.89 then for the car 819 Andrew Coley. So we wait for the next car to join us. So we wait for the next car to come down to the start line. So hoping the track will dry a little bit more before they get here, I'm not too sure. So through it comes. Sounds as if a few drivers may be opting out of taking their runs, perhaps because of the track conditions this afternoon, which is a real shame. The next car is fired up. Getting some heat into the tyres on car 704. Graham Wynn in the 4 litre Gould GRW59. The car that he is sharing, I think, with Scott Moran. I'm not sure what time Graham did in this morning's run, I'm afraid, but Scott was able to do a 37.14, but away he goes then. 2.21, good time for the 64 feet mark at 89 miles an hour under the bridge. Through the left-hander and Orchard into Ettores. Nice clean run through the hairpin there. Through left-hander on up to Pardon. Looks to me as if it might be drying out just a little bit. So he gets out of Pardon. On up to midway he goes on through into the S's. For the drivers, there's no where the really damp patches are, I think. But he's around the S's, and this looks like it could be a reasonable time. It's a 44.17 then for Graham Wynn, as Jack Cottrell makes his way in the Cosworth-powered Dallara. And Terry Heakamp at 92 miles an hour into the bridge. He's into Pardon. There's a clean line out to the hairpin there. Midway. Down, I think, just a little bit on Graham Wynn at this stage on the run. Yeah, about half a second. As it goes under the line and does a 44.63. So once again, it looks like we've got a slight lull while we wait for the next car to come down onto the start line. Well, you can see it there moving in the paddock and coming out onto the hill now. Tire blankets come off. Tires get a little wiped down. And he's all ready to move up to the line, get a bit of a spin of the wheels, get some heat in there. 7:06 it is that we see now. In fact, no, it's not. It is just car 6. David Uren, our front runner this morning in the gold 3.5 litre Gould GR 55B. What can he achieve? Can he get anywhere close to the 37.73 that he did in the class run? He's off the line. 2.64 for 64 feet, 106 miles an hour under the bridge. That's the quickest we've seen for some time now. Into Victori's. Time showing from there. We do now 12.30, which is significantly quicker than the last car to get into the 12s. Paul Hames about 5 cars ago did a 12.96. Looks like he is outpacing pretty much everyone as he comes around the semicircle. Underline 41.13, and that is the quickest time we've seen for quite some time, I think. It is about 3.5 seconds slower than he was this morning, but that is not too much to lose compared to what some of the drivers have been losing up until now. So again, we get a little lull. I can see our paddock marshals urging competitors to come down to the line. And the next car is coming towards us. And it is 2:19 that we see in front of us. Mark Coley in his 2.5 litre Gould GR 55. What could Mark do? Mark wasn't in the top 12 this morning. How did he get there this afternoon? At 84 miles an hour, so we're down on speed to compare to some of the top runners. Bugatti, sorry. S's, hangs the tail out a long way coming at the S's. Around semicircle he goes, and he will cross the line at 46.06. While Trevor Willis is on course in his 3.2 litre OMS 28. Trevor was in the top 12 runoff, of course, this morning, so he set a time of 36.74 to get there. As he comes out of the S, there's just a little bit of a twitch there. Into semicircle, so it was 36.74 this morning, it's a 40.23 this afternoon, so it's about 3.5 seconds, which is down, which is one of the better runs. Now we have car number 4, it is Scott Moran, 35.5 in his classic run. He's into Bob, out to the hairpin, out to midway. Around the S's, into semicircle he goes. This looks like it could be a reasonable time as he runs up to the finish and does a 39.69. So losing 4 seconds on this morning. Quicker times of the afternoon. Alex Summers, he lies second overall in the British HillClimb Championship, just 2 points back from Wallace Mingies, and he's through midway into the S's. This could be a really crucial run for him to get into the top 12. Hopefully close for him anyway, close the gap a bit more as he goes over the line. 38.52. The track is definitely speeding up. And that was a particularly good run as well. Of course, that is the quickest time we've seen this afternoon, I think. Now here is the championship leader, Wallace Mingies, in his 3.3 litre Golf Gould GR. Sorry, GR59M. Away he goes. Under the 2 second mark, 101 miles an hour under the bridge. Round into a Tories he comes. Tight line around there. Kicks left up towards Pardon, into Pardon, out just smallest of twitches there, through midway. On to the S's. It's cleanly through the S's, is he? Yes he is, on to semicircle. 38.52 for Alex Summers. Wallace Menzies does a 38.07. He's nearly half a second quicker than Alex Summers. Even Owen, meanwhile, is on the hill in the OMS 28, 2.7 litre machine. Again, wasn't in the runoffs this morning. It's a nice clean looking run so far for Stephen. Then hangs the tail out again out of the S's into semicircle up to the finish line and does a 42.76. Meanwhile, we have what I believe to be one of the prettier single-seater racing cars that is here this weekend. It's Chris Bentley Jones in the BT35 Brabham. Aerodynamic appendages at all on this car. Here, John, of course, was Sir Jack Brabham. Around semicircle he comes. So a fairly steady run, 53 seconds as we see Jeremy Rivers Fletcher in that Triumph Special that he built for himself. Chris was saying earlier, it's some GT6 suspension or TR6 engine, I believe. 2.5 litres, and he's just got a little bit of a twitch on, but not too much. And he comes up towards the line, and the time for Jeremy Rivers Fletcher is 54.99. Andy Tippett is on the hill in his Brabham BT30X 3.5 litre. They're never run in anger in the day. Of course, the car scheduled for Formula 1 but never used in that category. And he's going around semicircle and under the finish banner in a time of 50.84. And then we see Martin Jones in another Brabham, this is the BT21 1600cc machine. Into the S's he goes, again no aerodynamic advantages on this one. Out of the S's, on up he goes. And that long right hander under the finish banner in a time of 49.95, that's the time for Martin Jones. Richard Brown in his 1.7 litre Mallock Mark 17. He's around the toe, he's on up to Pardon. Out of that hairpin. Close now to that all-important top 12 runoff. Before we see those, of course, we have the demonstration by the former student cars, and it's a 48.28, a very respectable time then for the Mallock. We have a running order for the top 12, but I'll leave that to Chris when he joins us again in a moment or two. Before that, we'll just take a look at the Formula student machines making their way up the hill.
We'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our live stream partner for today's British Hill Climb Championship and Cup meeting, Footman James. BHC Cup main sponsors, Footman James, have been at the heart of the classic vehicle movement for over 35 years and provide specialist classic vehicle insurance cover to owners, collectors, restorers and traders. Their classic car and classic bike insurance policies come with show and events cover as standard. Plus, you can tailor your policy to suit your needs with their flexible FJ Plus options. These options have everything from agreed value to track day cover. To find out more, please visit www.footmanjames.co.uk.
So the Formula student machines, well, at least one of them begins to roll. That's the University of Bath machine, I think, that's coming out onto the hill first of all. Yes, indeed, the University of Bath machine. Is the other car going to join it or not? It seemed to be behind this car in the paddock, but I'm not sure if he's going to come out onto track yet. We still wait for what I presume, yes, here it comes. Is this the Cardiff University? It is. Prescott Caerdydd. It's Welsh for the University of Cardiff. And away he goes. So good to see the two of them out there this afternoon. This Formula student, which is a great idea. It's a means to develop engineers, which is something that are in short supply these days. And I've been lucky enough to follow some of the efforts put in by Cardiff University students there. their student car. And they work very, very hard indeed and come up with some fairly innovative thinking as well as they get this car prepared. And they run it each year. That's usually, I think, a final in the UK, which is has been in Silverstone, and then I think there's usually an international final somewhere in Europe as well. So I know it's been a bit of a challenge for the British universities. They feel that the continental universities have been spending rather more money than they were able to, and that the competition organisers intend them to. So that restricts their competitiveness, unfortunately. So they've done one run. If it's the same as this morning, they should come straight back down and do a second run. So we'll just wait to see if they head down the return route and back onto the hill. It looks like they will do so. And then we will get into the real climax of the day, or certainly the climax of the afternoon. We've already had one top 12 runoff, of course, and we'll be having the second top 12 runoff very shortly indeed. I shall be handing over to Chris Stewart to take us through that top 12 runoff. Well, there you see the lineup, the anticipated lineup for the top 12 runoff. One or two cars there that weren't in this morning's runoff, and therefore obviously one or two that were there this morning not making it through this afternoon. Well, it looks like the cars are coming back out onto the hill now, led out by the clerk of the course in the course car. And out once again come the two Formula Student cars. They take a second run up the hill. Red and black is the Welsh Dragon on the rear wing. That's the Cardiff University machine. Just exiting part and now followed through by another of the course cars. So, good to see these students here. Good to see that the generation still interested in the generation still interested in motorsport, getting involved in the sport, which is very important for the future. And around semi-circle final time under the line. So that's our Formula Student cars completing their demonstration run. We are about to get set for the top 12 runoff. That's it from me, Peter Hughes, for today. It's been great to be with you. Hope you're enjoying the day, but more still to come. And to take you through that, we are joined once again by Chris Stewart.
Okay, here we are with the contenders in the second runoff at this meeting. So this will be round 28 of the British HillClimb Championship. And reading from the bottom upwards, Richard Summers qualified with a 40.27, will run first. Then David Uren, who won the first runoff was caught by rain, so he qualified with the 11th fastest time with a 41.13. He'll run second. Then comes Nigel Pitt. Great to see him qualifying for the runoff with a 40.88. He's number 145. Then Liam Cooper in the pretty little pale green Force with a 40.37. He qualified 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th. 8th fastest, unusually, was Trevor Willis, car number 5, with a 40.23 during the worst of the rain, so very skillful of Trevor to get into the runoff at all. After Trevor comes Debbie Summers, and Debbie and Richard, of course, are sharing the same car, so Richard was not the slowest qualifier, but of course because there's a car change, a driver change, he will go first. He actually qualified well ahead of David Duran and others. So after Debbie will come Scott Moran, qualified with a 39.69, which is pretty good in the rain, and the track was very greasy at the time, almost the worst conditions, so not wet enough to put wets on, and slicks not gripping at all. 5th qualifier, Harry Pick, good run, 39.49. And following him will come David Tatham, number 149, qualified in the little red car with a 39.49. And then Stuart Sugden was our 3rd quickest qualifier with a 38.92, car number 170. And then Alex Summers qualified 2nd quickest with a 38.52. And our fastest qualifier was Wallace Mingus, leading the championship at the moment anyway, qualified quickest with a 38.07. It was a shame that the class runs were so disturbed by on and off rain, but it's mixed up the runners in round 28 quite satisfactorily, well, sort of satisfactorily, and unusual in that we've got 3 members of the same family in the runoff. That's Richard Summers, Debbie, and Alex. So, be a track inspection, making sure the track is okay for the runoff, and we're in reasonably good time. It's nearly 4:45, so despite all the hold-ups we've had, we are will be finishing, I hope, in good time. If you're watching on the screen and wondering who are the people who qualify or how do they qualify, what happens is that during the day, each car and driver has 2 class runs, 2 runs in their classes, scoring points if they succeed for the Midland Hill Climb Championship, and the quickest 12 cars in the class runs, so obviously second class runs, make up the 12 car driver combinations that will be running in the second runoff, of whom the quickest 10 score points from 10 down to 1. If a car breaks the hill record, the record that stood before the meeting, then they get 1 extra point, and sometimes the record gets broken by 2 different cars in a runoff, and despite that, 2 records have been broken, and each of them gets the extra point. So on screen at the moment is Nigel Pitt, number 145. Waiting to be summoned. So that's Richard Summers with Alex and Debbie behind the car. All three of them get a run in the runoff. So it's a real family battle. And Richard is going first, not because he qualified 12th quickest, but because being a double-driven car, he needs to run first and then come down, and he will hop out and Debbie will hop in. Sometimes the seat needs changing, and so it's important that Debbie gets in and comfortable before she runs. She will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th runner. So I don't remember a time when three members of the same family have all qualified for the runoff. It's really great for the Summers family. Trevor Willis congratulates another of our runoff runners. Debbie and Richard discussing tactics. Close-up of Liam Cooper in the Force TA with its 1600 Hayabusa engine. And it's always a pretty nip and tuck between Liam and wife Olivia. On this occasion, Liam just gets the nod for the runoff. So it's a really interesting running order because of the on-off rain really messed things around. David Uren goes from winning the first runoff to just qualifying with the 41.13. So he obviously ran in quite tricky wet conditions. 1:45 is Nigel Pitt. We've just seen him. Nigel, of course, in the OMS 3000. So interestingly, a car which I'm pretty sure has a space frame rather than a carbon fiber tub. But great run by Nigel in 40.88. We're focusing on the car that's going to come out first in the hands of Richard Summers. Just keep our fingers crossed that the rain holds off. At the moment, everybody, of course, on slicks. One car in the class runs I noticed on wets on the front, or maybe intermediates on the front and slicks on the back, which often is a good solution. It's not wet enough. In other words, it hasn't got running water or puddles when you definitely need full wets. Some hill climbers have intermediates for these slippery conditions when it's showers, but not enough to need full wets. Tim looking at his watch, he's administrator of the runoff. And out comes Richard Summers, our first runner in round 28 of the Motorsport UK British Hill Climb Championship. In the 1070cc DJ Firehawk, DJ Del Quigley producing some astonishing cars, including the Firestorm, which Alex Summers is going to be our 11th runner in the runoff. Now then, Richard, 2.22 So plenty of grip off the start line. Speed 86 after bridge. Keep your fingers crossed. At the moment the track looks nice and dry. The only caution is that under the trees at the S's sometimes the track lingers and may not be totally dry, but it looks okay. It is okay because Richard pounds the car through there, setting our bogey time for this runoff with a 40.13. 40.13. Here's David in the GR55, quite an elderly car. It's the car that held the record at Chelsea for a long time and still holds the ladies' record in the hands of Nicola Mingus, wife, of course, of Wallace, our champion. So, is Dave going to spit out those tyre covers? No. They're taken quickly out of the way, but I bet he will do a lot of wheel spins on the way up to the line to try and get some heat into the Avon tyres. Big tyre battle this year between Pirelli and Avon. Lots of mixed views about which is best for which conditions. Now, can David get down into the 35s, 36s, 35s? .222, exactly the same as Richard Summers off the line, but speed 107, and he'll be going even quicker after the speed trap because cars are still accelerating after that. Had to delay getting on the throttle out of Victorious, but he's 1.5 seconds in front of Richard already. 2 seconds. Not a surprise, it's a big part of the car, and remember he won the first runoff this morning. So, it's in the low 37s, 2.82 ahead of Richard, so David in top place for the moment. Next up will be Nigel Pitt. And Nigel, of course, number 145, is in the OMS 3000. So again, not exactly a brand new car, but OMS know what they're doing when they build race cars. Nigel has shoestring racing on the side of the car. And this is the first time ever that Nigel Pitt has qualified, so he'll be very pleased. 1.96 is a brilliant start, quicker than David. 85 miles an hour, of course it's a 1 litre car, so nothing like the power of the GR55 we've just seen coming up the hill. So what can Nigel do? Of course he's falling behind. The qualifying order was muddled up by the wet and dry conditions, but the question is, will he be quicker than Richard? Richard was a 40.13. I don't think he's going to make it, no, so he pops into third place with a 40.97. Now Liam Cooper, Liam in the Force TA. With its 1600cc Hayabusa bike engine, sideways across the frame, chain drive to the solid rear axle. Maybe a differential in there, but I don't think so. He's a bit, well, of course, we're comparing the times with those of David Uren, so it's a bit harsh to criticize how much they're behind David's time. So Liam, final corner, and a good run in exactly 40 seconds. Puts him in second place. So that's very satisfying. What can Trevor Willis do? Well, Trevor's won the championship 3 times in this middle-aged, well, it's 13 or so years old, OMS 28 with its V8, 2.7 litre V8 PowerTech engine, which Trevor has been developing, the whole car he's been developing for over a dozen years, gradually getting it to go quicker and quicker, and off the line in 1.96, same as Nigel Pitt. Brilliant. Remember, these guys always keep a best set of tyres for the runoff, so for many reasons that's why they tend to do their quickest 64 feet in the runoff. Now, Trevor is nearly a second ahead of David's time. Now it's nearly a second. Will it be in the 35s? I think it probably will. It is indeed halfway. 35.61 pops Trevor Willis well into the lead. 1.7 seconds ahead of David Uren. Good run. Now it's Debbie. We've seen Richard, and Richard did a 40.13. Bit of a family battle. But she's a forceful and very skilled driver, demonstrated by a 2.04 off the line. Will she make 100 miles an hour? No, 88 into Orchard. Smoothly brakes for Ed Torres, does a nice middle of the road line through Ed Torres and up to Pardon. Very late on the brakes there. Very rapid through Pardon. 2.2 behind Trevor. Remember, Richard's time was a 40.13. And Debbie's in the 30s. A brilliant run, 39.17. That pops her in third place. So she's ahead of Liam, Richard, and Nigel. Now then, Scott Moran. Scott Moran, who had to qualify in the worst of the conditions, so qualified with a 39.69. That's okay, he's in the runoff, and the road is dry, and let's pray that it stays that way. The wonderful Gould GR59J with its 4-litre Judd engine, masses of power, 650, 700 horsepower. Brilliant driver, 6 times champion, 1.99. More than 1 G of acceleration, and swoops it round Orchard. He's slightly behind Trevor at the moment. Will he catch up into Pardon? Yes, he is. 1300ths ahead at Pardon. Now we're watching the speed of the timer at midway. Dropped a little bit, 3 thousandths away from Trevor. Lifts a wheel into S's, but he gets it back at semi and is in second place, 35.65. So suddenly drops a little bit, accelerating out of semicircle and over the finish. So it's Trevor Willis, 35.61, Scott Moran, 35.65. So only 400ths between them. David Uren in third with a 37.31. And then Debbie Summers, a brilliant run in 39.17. Brings us to David Tatham. So up to the line comes David Tatham. Always has a battle this year with brother Peter, but he has come out taking the honours in this run. What's his start like? It's 2.13, that's okay. Be about 90 miles an hour at 91 at Bridge. Lifted a wheel going into Orchard. hugs the inside curb at Ed Torres. Can David get ahead of Liam and Richard Summers in 5th and 6th? 3 seconds behind Trevor's time, but still pretty good, particularly if he can get under the 40-second mark, which he can with the 39.74 in 5th place, just ahead of Liam Cooper, but just behind Debbie. Harry Pick qualified with a 39.49. Harry, of course, in the OMS. What was his start? 2.32, dropped a 10th or 2 there. But nicely through Pardon. 2.96 behind Trevor, which is not a surprise. How will he compare with David Tatum and Liam Cooper? Well, it's a 40.1 in 7th place. So ahead of Richard Summers and Nigel Pitt, but a good run in just over 40 seconds. Now, Stuart Sugden in the amazing GWR Raptor, all the way built up in north of Scotland by Graham White Jr. He was hill climb champion 20 or so years ago. Stuart qualified with a very respectable 38.92. Would love to repeat that in this runoff. Well, 2.21 off the start, and 100 miles an hour? No, 94 at Orchard. Slightly later, slightly early apex at Ed Torres, but nicely into Pardon. Within 1.16 of Trevor. It's slipped a bit, 1.71, unsurprisingly, but they are incredible cars, these Featherlight Raptors with plenty of power from the Hayabusa engine, and it's a 37.49. That's very good indeed for Stuart. Pops him into 4th place. Alex Summers qualified a bit quicker than Stuart with a 38.52. We would expect Alex, if all goes well, to get down into the 35s. 1.84 is a brilliant start, quickest so far. And 112 at Bridge, which means probably 118 before he turned into the corner. He's ahead by 1200ths, he's ahead by half a second. Could well be in the 35s, keep going, half a second again, still just about. Amazing DJ Firestorm, immaculately driven, increases the lead, 3/4 of a second, and wow, 35.11, which is quicker than the previous record before Wallace came along and demolished it at the end of last year. So, 35.11 for Wallace to beat, and to do that, he will be keen to get into the 34s again, which would be sensational for us to watch after a day of such mixed weather. 1.87, excellent start. 111, pretty much the same as Alex. Really nip and tuck. Let's see at Pardon whether Wallace has grabbed the lead. No, he's nearly 1/4 of a second below at the moment, midway. Oh, it's 200ths. At S's, it's 1/10. At semi, it's 1.5 tenths. Oh, wow, 35.05. Gee whiz. So, at the last gasp, Wallace Ming is grabs the win. What a brilliant run. The team, quite rightly, give each other a good hug. And you won't see better hill climbing than the runs of Alex Summers and Wallace. I think that means that the championship goes down to the wire, and will be the final two runs will be at Loughton Park in a couple of weeks' time or so. So it's been an interesting meeting, a frustrating meeting in many ways. But here's the results. First Wallace Ming is 35.05. Second Alex Summers, 35.11. Third Trevor Willis, good run, 35.61. Scott Moran, 35.65. So 4 runners in the 35s, brilliant. Then David Uren, 37.31 in 5th. 6, Stuart Sugden in the Little Raptor in 6th with a 37.49. 7th, a brilliant run by Debbie Summers with a 39.17 in 7th. 8th, David Tatham, 39.74. 9th, Liam Cooper, 40 exactly. 10th, Harry Pick scores 1 point in his first run in a runoff, 40.1, was it? Or was it Nigel having his first run? Anyway, 11th place, Richard Summers, doesn't score, but great to get in the runoff. 12th, Nigel Pitt in the OMS, 40.97. Wow, that was one of the best runoffs we have ever seen, partly because of the running order so mixed up. But Wallace, what a brilliant run, 35.05, 4/10 outside the hill record. So deservedly, Wallace takes a tour d'honneur up the hill. Please, if you're still here, give him a wave and a clap, because that was sensational in the conditions that we've got today. To get up the hill in 35.05 is sensational. And I bet Wallace feels extremely pleased with the way the run went. And also particularly pleased and thankful that everybody got a dry hill for their runoff runs. It's so frustrating and not upsetting, but it does muddle things up when half the runoff is dry and the rest is in the wet, which is what we experienced just before lunch this morning. So it's been an interesting meeting at Prescott, despite numerous hold-ups. A couple one upsetting accident, but fortunately the driver is fine. Car can be mended, of course. A long pause while we rescued a spectator who had dislocated his ankle, which sounds extremely uncomfortable, but maybe he's off to hospital. And a number of our cars that are road legal already are on their way home. If you're here, thanks for coming. Hope you've enjoyed it. If you've been watching on screen, a few frustrations, but lots of entertainment. And if you hung on for the runoff, I think you had a treat. It's one of the best we've ever seen, particularly to have 3 members of the same family in the runoff. I don't remember that ever happening before. So congratulations to Richard, Debbie and Alex for their contribution. I don't think these cars are lining up to have a run. I think they're going to be on their way home. Many thanks to our organising team who work so hard in the office. Many thanks, of course, to our marshals, our orange-suited gentlemen, and our clerks of the course who have had a lot to deal with, and our course controllers and our timekeepers in the hut near the start line. And thank you to my co-commentator Peter for keeping you amused and interested through a long day. There is one more Prescott meeting in early October, 1st I think of October, a club meeting, but our next British Hill Climb meeting here will be probably in April 2023, all being well. And it'll be nice to emerge in spring after what promises to be a pretty tough winter. So we'll talk to you again when we next have a live stream, and many thanks to Richard Danby, to Eleanor, and to Steve, who's been brilliant on camera. It has been such a revolution to show people what hill climbing is like, speed hill climbing, and I'm sure has resulted in a great many people coming to see what it's like in real life. And I hope if they do so, if they have done so, I hope they've been suitably impressed to come again. So, Chris Druitt saying, if you're here, have a safe journey home. If you're in foreign parts, it's probably bedtime or breakfast time, but hope you've enjoyed it. And we will talk to you again when we next live stream from a hill climb in the UK. Good night.
We'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our live stream partner for today's British Hill Climb Championship and Cup meeting, Footman James. BHC Cup main sponsors, Footman James, have been at the heart of the classic vehicle movement for over 35 years and provide specialist classic vehicle insurance cover to owners, collectors, restorers and traders. Their classic car and classic bike insurance policies come with show and events cover as standard. Plus, you can tailor your policy to suit your needs with their flexible FJ Plus options. These options have everything from agreed value to track day cover. To find out more, please visit www.footmanjames.co.uk.